Good evening, and welcome. Tonight we follow the story of Pikachu, the world's most beloved Pokémon. From its very first spark in Pallet Town to its place as a cultural icon across decades, we'll revisit its adventures, reflect on its meaning, and celebrate the light it brought to the Pokémon world. The story will move gently and unhurried, giving you space to rest. Welcome to Sleepy Pokémon, where nostalgic adventures guide you into deep, peaceful rest. Chapter 1. The Electric Mouse Pokémon. In the quiet of a forest, the sound of soft static hums through the air. It comes from a small bright yellow Pokémon, with gentle brown stripes across its back, and a lightning bolt-shaped tail swaying behind it. This is Pikachu, the Electric Mouse Pokémon, the symbol of friendship, courage, and light in the Pokémon world. Its round cheeks glow faintly red as tiny sparks form when it breathes, not from aggression but from energy always waiting to move. In the stillness, Pikachu's fur carries a faint warmth, like a living ember of electricity. Pikachu's world is simple and harmonious. It lives in groups hidden within lush forests, often gathering under trees that store static energy. When they meet, they greet one another with friendly sparks, brief flashes of light that dance through the leaves like tiny stars. Each Pikachu uses its tail to communicate, waving or twitching it to signal mood or alertness. Its tail also acts as a grounding wire, channeling energy into the earth whenever too much charge builds up. These small details, studied carefully in Pokédex entries, show the gentle balance of nature that Pikachu represents. When frightened or excited, the electrical sacs in Pikachu's cheeks swell and discharge energy in a sudden bright burst of thunder shock. Though it may seem fierce, this reaction is often protective, not aggressive. The Pokédex describes Pikachu as cautious but affectionate, curious yet loyal once trust is earned. Trainers who spend time with Pikachu often notice that its static field grows stronger when it feels joy. The more love and friendship it shares, the more powerful its sparks become. In the world of evolution, Pikachu comes from Pichu, a baby Pokémon so small and shy it accidentally shocks itself when startled. When a Pichu grows close to its trainer or other Pokémon, it evolves into Pichu through friendship, a reflection of how connection brings out strength. If Pikachu is exposed to a Thunderstone, it can evolve again into Raichu, a stronger electric type with greater voltage. Yet many Pikachu, including the most famous one in the anime, choose to remain as they are. This choice symbolizes self-acceptance, a quiet confidence that power is not the only form of growth. Throughout the Pokémon world, Pikachu has remained a constant companion to generations of trainers. It appears in forests, grassy plains, and near power plants, blending the natural and the modern together. Even wild Pikachu form deep social bonds, often helping one another store and share electricity. When lightning strikes in the distance, Pikachu gather beneath trees to release tiny sparks into the air, balancing nature's rhythm once again. As the evening fades, the glow from Pikachu's cheeks dim to soft orange. The air hums gently, a soothing current that never quite stops. In its quiet strength and kind spirit, Pikachu represents harmony, the perfect spark between friendship and nature. Its story begins here, small but eternal, in the heart of the forest beneath a canopy of stars. Chapter 2. Ash's First Partner. Morning sunlight spilled gently over Pallet Town, touching the rooftops with gold. Inside a quiet room, a young boy named Ash Ketchum stirred awake, dreaming of his first day as a Pokémon trainer. The clock had long since struck 10, yet he slept through it, wrapped in excitement and impatience. When he finally opened his eyes, the world outside was already alive with Pidgey song and soft breezes. He dressed quickly, racing toward Professor Oak's lab with his heart full of hope and wonder. By the time Ash arrived, the other starters were gone. Bulbasaur, Charmander, and Squirtle had all been chosen. Only one Pokeball remained on the table, glowing faintly in the morning light. Inside was a small electric-type Pokémon, stubborn, spirited, and unlike any of the others. When Ash opened the ball, Pikachu appeared in a flash of light, its fur bristling and tail twitching. Instead of greeting its new trainer warmly, Pikachu stared back with defiance, cheeks sparking as if to warn him. Professor Oak explained with a patient smile that Pikachu was a handful, but still a loyal Pokémon when treated with care. Ash, undeterred, reached down to shake Pikachu's paw, only to receive a sudden jolt of electricity. The shock sent his hair spiking and his smile wider than before. It hurt, but it also meant that his journey had truly begun. Pikachu refused to stay inside its Pokeball, scampering away each time Ash tried to return it. So Ash adapted, tying a rope gently around Pikachu's waist as they set off together. Their first walk was not an easy one. Pikachu ignored commands and wandered at its own pace, stopping to pick berries or nap by the roadside. Ash tried to impress his partner with energy and enthusiasm, but Pikachu remained unconvinced. Still, something subtle began to form between them: curiosity. Pikachu observed Ash's clumsy kindness, his way of protecting even when he didn't have to. In small moments, the electric mouse began to watch a little more closely, its suspicions softening like morning dew. Along their path, wild Pokémon fluttered and darted through the grass. Ash, inexperienced but full of courage, attempted to catch one barehanded, tumbling into the weeds with laughter. Pikachu watched from a distance, unimpressed but slightly amused. When the sun began to sink, Ash paused to offer Pikachu some food. It turned away at first, but when Ash smiled and held it steady, Pikachu's tail flicked in thought. Slowly it accepted. That night, the two camped beneath the stars. The forest hummed softly with the sound of nocturnal Pokémon, and a faint crackle of static rose from Pikachu's fur as it settled beside Ash's sleeping bag. For the first time, the electric Pokémon did not move away. The sparks quieted, replaced by the gentle rhythm of sleep. In that quiet, an unspoken promise formed between them, a spark that would outlast every storm to come. Ash and Pikachu, mismatched at first, had begun the journey that would define them both. The boy dreamed of becoming a Pokémon master, and beside him Pikachu dreamed of trust. Together they would soon discover what friendship truly meant. Chapter 3. The Early Days of Trust. The road out of Pallet Town wound through soft green hills and gentle fields. Ash walked with steady excitement, Pikachu trailing just behind. The two were partners in name only, still learning what that word meant. Pikachu refused to stay close, padding off the path or climbing onto stones to nap in the sun. Each time Ash tried to call it back, he was met with an unimpressed stare and a flick of the tail. Yet despite the distance between them, something warm lingered in the air, the feeling that their story was just beginning. Their first test came sooner than expected. As Ash admired a flock of Pidgey overhead, Pikachu turned its head away, uninterested in helping catch one. When Ash threw a rock to startle the birds, it struck a Spearow instead. The sky darkened with the cries of an angry flock. They swooped down fast, feathers cutting through the air. Ash tried to shield Pikachu, but the electric Pokémon had been struck and stumbled backward. In that moment, everything changed. Ash lifted Pikachu into his arms and began to run, the wind roaring as the Spearow chased them down the path. Rain began to fall, heavy and cold. Each step splashed through mud, but Ash did not slow. He held Pikachu tight, whispering apologies, promising protection. The frightened Pokémon felt his heart pounding against its fur, the rhythm of someone who cared more about another life than his own. When Ash tripped and fell, he turned his back to shield Pikachu again, taking the blows of the storm and the fury of the birds above. Then a flicker of light began to glow through the rain. Pikachu pushed itself upright on Ash's shoulder. Its small body trembled, sparks building in its cheeks. For the first time, it wasn't anger but gratitude that charged the air. A single flash lit up the sky, thunder shock bursting outward in a brilliant wave. The flock scattered instantly, their cries fading into the distance. The rain softened, and the world seemed to exhale. When the last drop fell, the two of them lay in the grass, soaked and silent. Pikachu's sparks faded to a faint golden shimmer, and Ash looked up at the sky, breathing hard. In the clearing clouds, a rainbow arched high above them. At its end, a golden light streaked across the heavens, the legendary Pokémon Ho-Oh gliding into the distance. Ash's eyes widened, reflecting the shimmer, while Pikachu rested quietly beside him, no longer angry or afraid. In that moment, their bond was born. Trust replaced distance, and the stubborn electric mouse that once refused to listen, now chose to stay close. As the sun began to rise again, Pikachu climbed onto Ash's shoulder for the first time, its cheeks brushing his face with a soft spark. Together they began to walk toward Viridian City, no longer alone, no longer strangers. The path was still long and uncertain, but neither cared. The storm had passed, and in its place, something stronger remained. Friendship, pure and unspoken, forged by lightning and courage. Chapter 4. Facing Team Rocket. Viridian City shimmered in the early morning haze as Ash and Pikachu arrived, weary but full of newfound trust. The journey had already changed them. Pikachu, once distant and defiant, now walked confidently at Ash's side. Their next challenge, however, was waiting just beyond the quiet streets, a pair of thieves who would soon become an unforgettable part of their story. At the Pokémon Center, Nurse Joy tended to Pikachu's injuries from the storm. The gentle hum of machines and the soft light of healing made the moment calm, almost peaceful. But far above the city, a hot air balloon in the shape of a giant Meowth drifted toward town. Inside it were three figures, Jessie, James, and Meowth, members of the notorious Team Rocket. Their goal was simple: to steal rare and powerful Pokémon. When they overheard rumors of an unusually strong Pikachu, they decided this would be their grand prize. The quiet of the center shattered as Team Rocket burst through the doors, smoke billowing and alarms ringing. They introduced themselves with flair and rhyme, their voices echoing against the walls. Ash and Pikachu stood ready, the first real battle of their journey about to begin. Jessie and James released their Pokémon Ekans and Coughing, whose gases and coils filled the room with chaos. Pikachu watched carefully, sparks gathering in its cheeks. Ash called its name, but no command was needed. The moment felt instinctive. Electricity rippled through the air as Pikachu unleashed a fierce thunder shock, lighting up the entire center. The energy hit with a roar, scattering smoke and sending Team Rocket's Pokémon flying. Their balloon exploded into a glittering burst of sparks, and with a familiar cry, the trio was launched into the sky, disappearing among the clouds. When the room grew quiet again, Nurse Joy smiled and thanked them. Ash looked down at Pikachu, who stood proudly, tail flicking in satisfaction. The boy laughed, still catching his breath, realizing that Pikachu had just protected far more than itself. It had protected others for the first time. That act of courage set the tone for the rest of their adventure. Outside, the city lights twinkled as evening fell. Ash sat on the steps of the Pokémon Center, Pikachu resting beside him. The two shared a peaceful silence broken only by the faint buzz of street lamps and the sound of distant wind. Far away, Jessie, James, and Meowth clung to a tree branch, singed but still plodding. Meowth's tail sparked faintly as he scowled into the night, swearing they would capture that Pikachu someday. Ash didn't know it then, but this encounter would shape his entire journey. Team Rocket would follow him across every region, their failures always as loud as their dreams. For Pikachu, it meant a lifetime of battles, sometimes frustrating, often hilarious, but always a reminder of how far they had come since that storm. The moon rose over Viridian City as Pikachu's cheeks dimmed to a warm glow. Ash smiled, his hat tilted low. "We did good today," he said softly. Pikachu looked up and answered with a simple spark, a quiet Pika. Together they watched the stars, unaware that their small victory had just begun a rivalry that would last for decades. Chapter 5: The First Gym Battles. The sun rose over Pewter City, soft and golden, lighting the stone buildings that stood quiet and still. Ash and Pikachu approached the city's gym, their first real test as a team. The air carried the scent of dust and earth, a calm reminder that this challenge would not rely on speed or clever tricks alone. It would test trust. Pikachu looked up at Ash, its tail swaying, cheeks glowing faintly with static. They had come far since that stormy day, but this was the first time they would battle for something official, a gym badge. Inside, Brock waited with his familiar calm. The field was bare rock, dimly lit by orange light that caught the edges of his onyx. When Ash gave the order, Pikachu darted forward, but its thunder shock scattered harmlessly against the stone giant. The electricity faded into the ground, and for the first time Ash saw uncertainty flicker in Pikachu's eyes. It wasn't fear, it was frustration. They were still learning, still growing. The first battle ended quickly, with Onyx's bind wrapping Pikachu tight. Ash surrendered before his partner could be hurt. Later, outside the gym, the young trainer sat quietly, watching Pikachu rest. He knew he had pushed too hard. That night, he stared at the city's lights and promised he would never battle without understanding Pikachu's needs. The next morning brought a change. Flint, Brock's father, offered to power up Pikachu using an electrical generator. Pikachu stood bravely on the platform, eyes narrowed in determination. Lightning flashed and hummed through the wires, building its strength until the air shimmered around it. When Ash returned to the gym, his steps were firm, his heart steady. Pikachu was ready. The rematch began with sparks that lit the entire room. Onyx lunged again, but this time Pikachu's movements were faster, sharper. When its thunderbolt struck, it echoed through the stone, shaking the walls. Water from the sprinklers above rained down, conducting the electricity across the field. For a brief, shining moment, the gym was a storm, Pikachu's element, born of courage and trust. When the smoke cleared, Brock raised his hand and smiled. "You've earned this," he said. Pikachu stood proudly by Ash's side, breathing heavily but glowing with energy. The boulder badge gleamed in Ash's palm, warm from victory. Their journey continued to Cerulean City soon after. There, in Misty's water-type gym, Ash and Pikachu faced another test. Misty's Starmie cut through the pool with bright speed, but when Ash saw the battle turning toward friendship rather than rivalry, he called it off. Pikachu refused to attack its new companion's Pokémon with full strength. Misty understood and smiled. She gave Ash the Cascade Badge, not for power, but for heart. As night fell over the quiet road out of Cerulean, Ash looked up at the stars. Pikachu rode on his shoulder again, its cheeks faintly glowing in the dark. Together they carried two badges and the beginnings of something far greater than winning: respect, partnership, and the spark of understanding that would guide every battle to come. The road ahead stretched toward Vermilion City and beyond, but for now, they rested in the soft hum of crickets and the gentle flicker of lightning bugs. Pikachu closed its eyes, its tail curled against Ash's arm. For the first time, they felt like a true team ready for the journey that lay beyond the horizon. Chapter 6: Pikachu and the Butterfree Farewell. The wind over the open plains carried the scent of wildflowers and a quiet tone of change. Ash and Pikachu walked beneath a calm afternoon sky, joined by the familiar flutter of Butterfree's wings. Their team had grown, each Pokémon becoming part of something larger than a journey, a family. Pikachu, often seen darting ahead, or playfully teasing Caterpie in earlier days, now watched with pride as their friend soared freely above. The story of Butterfree's farewell would become one of the first true lessons about love, freedom, and letting go. The day began like any other, with laughter and the distant call of migrating Butterfree gathering across the valley. Pink and violet wings painted the air as dozens of them danced above the hills. When Ash's Butterfree spotted one it admired, its movements changed, softer, slower, shy. Pikachu tilted its head curiously, its ears twitching as it sensed something different. Ash didn't understand at first, but Pikachu could feel it clearly. Their friend was falling in love. Later that night, as the campfire flickered and the stars shimmered, Ash sat quietly beside Pikachu. The Butterfree rested near them, gazing toward the horizon where the swarm would soon depart. Pikachu's tail brushed lightly against Ash's arm, the small electric type aware that this journey would soon change again. Its red cheeks flickered once in the darkness, as if sharing an unspoken comfort. The next morning, the migration began. The air was alive with the beating of wings. Ash, Misty, and Brock helped release Butterfree to join the others, but Team Rocket appeared suddenly, their nets snapping through the air. Pikachu leapt into action, sparks scattering across the sky as it defended the frightened swarm. The sound of Thunderbolt echoed through the valley, driving Team Rocket's balloon upward in smoke. Pikachu landed softly beside Ash. The battle won, but the farewell still ahead. Ash's Butterfree turned to face them one last time. Its wings shimmered gold in the morning sun, the pink Butterfree it loved hovering at its side. Pikachu stood still, its ears folded low, sensing Ash's mixed pride and sadness. No words were needed, only understanding. Butterfree's wings caught the light as it lifted higher and higher, disappearing into the clouds with the others. Ash's eyes glistened, but he smiled through it. Pikachu gently nuzzled his hand, a quiet reminder that farewells were also part of growing. In that silence, surrounded by the echo of wings, Ash learned what every trainer must. Pokémon are not possessions, but companions with their own dreams. As the day faded, the valley grew calm again. Pikachu and Ash sat together watching the last glimmers of sunlight slip behind the hills. The wind moved softly through the grass, carrying the faint sparkle of lingering static where Pikachu had stood. Somewhere in the distance, a small flash of pink crossed the sky, a sign that their friend was free and happy. Pikachu's eyes followed it for a moment longer, then closed gently. Another chapter of their journey was ending, not with a battle, but with understanding. Pikachu leaned against Ash's shoulder as night descended. The air was cool, the world peaceful, and the friendship between trainer and Pokémon felt stronger than ever. Chapter 7: Pikachu Meets Other Pikachu. A soft wind rustled the trees as Ash and Pikachu followed a forest trail lined with sunlight and shadows. The day was quiet, full of bird calls and the gentle hum of electricity in the air. They were between towns, traveling peacefully when Pikachu's ears perked. Somewhere ahead came a sound it hadn't heard since leaving the wild, the chirping voices of other Pikachu. The tone was light and playful, rising and falling like laughter carried by wind. They followed the noise until the forest opened into a clearing filled with life. Dozens of Pikachu darted between flowers and tree trunks, their cheeks glowing with quick, rhythmic sparks. The air glittered faintly with static, warm and bright like a living storm. For a moment, Ash stood still in wonder, and Pikachu froze beside him. These were its own kind, free and joyful, playing together without boundaries or commands. The wild Pikachu noticed the newcomer quickly. A few approached with curiosity, noses twitching, tails flicking in greeting. Pikachu hesitated. Its paws shifted nervously in the grass, torn between the familiarity of their cheerful chatter and the comfort of Ash standing close behind. Ash whispered softly, "Go on. Say hi." Pikachu turned, uncertain, then took a few small steps forward. For a time, the clearing filled with laughter. Pikachu joined the others in running, leaping, and sparking through the air. Their electricity arced like fireflies at dusk, harmless and beautiful. Ash smiled, relieved to see his friend so happy. But as the sun began to dip, a quiet stillness settled over the group. The wild Pikachu gathered near the trees, forming a circle and sending synchronized sparks into the sky, a farewell to the day. It was a ceremony of sorts, one Pikachu had never seen before. Ash watched silently, his expression gentle. When the wild Pikachu began to call softly to their visitor, inviting it to stay, his heart tightened. He understood what they were asking. Pikachu's eyes flickered with thought as it looked between the forest and its trainer. The other Pikachu chirped again, tails raised in welcome. Ash knelt down and whispered, "If you want to go, I'll understand." His voice trembled, but his smile didn't fade. For a long moment, the world seemed still. The wild Pikachu danced beneath the trees, their sparks flashing like tiny stars. Then, with a small nod, Ash turned and began to walk away. The leaves rustled behind him. A faint spark sounded, then another, faster, louder, brighter. Pikachu was running after him, cheeks glowing with joy. It leapt into his arms and pressed its head to his chest, its choice made. Ash laughed softly, hugging it close. "I guess you made up your mind," he said. Pikachu chirped in reply, its voice calm and sure. Behind them, the wild Pikachu continued their evening ritual, their sparks blending into the night sky like distant lightning. As they left the forest together, the sounds of the clearing faded to a peaceful hum. Pikachu's tail swayed in rhythm with Ash's steps, their silhouettes stretching long in the fading light. What had begun as a question of belonging ended as a quiet affirmation. Home wasn't a place or a forest. For Pikachu, it was wherever Ash was. Chapter 8: The Pokémon League Journey. The journey to the Indigo Plateau began beneath a deep orange sky. Ash and Pikachu walked side by side, their pace steady, their bond unspoken. After months of travel through forests, cities, and mountain passes, the dream that had started in Pallet Town was finally within reach. Pikachu's tail flicked in rhythm to Ash's steps, sparks glowing faintly as if sensing the importance of what lay ahead. The Pokémon League, the place where every trainer came to test their strength and spirit. The stadium was alive with color and sound. Flags waved from the stands, and trainers from every region gathered to compete. For Ash, it was his first real taste of the grand stage. For Pikachu, it was a test of everything they had learned together. The battles were fierce, but the tone of this chapter should remain calm and proud, focused on growth rather than victory. Pikachu faced opponents far stronger than any it had met before, yet it met each with courage and adaptability. In the first round, Pikachu battled with precision, striking fast against Pokémon larger and heavier than itself. Thunderbolt flashed bright across the field, echoing through the mountain valley surrounding the plateau. Each win filled Ash with pride, yet he learned just as much from the close calls. When Pikachu grew tired, Ash's words of encouragement came softly, his trust steady as the wind. "You've got this, buddy," he whispered, and Pikachu's eyes shone with quiet resolve. As the rounds continued, Ash faced new trainers, including Richie, a mirror of himself in enthusiasm and determination. Their battle was more than a test of strength, it was a reflection of friendship and respect. When Pikachu stood across from Richie's own Pikachu, nicknamed Sparky, the moment felt almost serene. Sparks flew, but there was no anger in their clash, only mutual understanding. Both fought with spirit until exhaustion ended the match. Ash lost that day, but neither he nor Pikachu felt defeated. When night fell over the Indigo Plateau, fireworks shimmered above the arena. The stands glowed with flickering lights as trainers rested after their long days of battle. Ash sat on a quiet hill overlooking the league, the boulder and cascade badges glinting faintly on his jacket. Pikachu rested beside him, tail curled around its body, eyes half closed. Ash sighed softly. "We didn't win it all," he said, his voice thoughtful rather than sad. "But we made it here together." Pikachu looked up and chirped, cheeks glowing with a small spark. Ash laughed quietly. "You're right. We'll keep getting better." The night breeze carried the sounds of celebration from the stadium below. Music, cheers, the faint echo of a referee's whistle. For Pikachu and Ash, though, the world had slowed to something peaceful. They had begun as strangers, fought through storms, earned their first victories, and learned their first lessons in loss. Now, as they watched the stars over the Indigo Plateau, their dream no longer felt distant. In the glow of the fireworks, Pikachu's sparks reflected like tiny mirrors of the sky. The trainer and Pokémon leaned close, sharing the quiet pride of those who had faced their fears and grown stronger together. The league had not crowned them champions, but it had given them something far more important: faith in the journey ahead. Chapter 9: Adventures in Johto. The morning light in Johto had a different hue, softer, more golden, carrying the scent of long grass and dew. Ash and Pikachu stood on a quiet ridge overlooking New Bark Town, ready to begin another chapter of their adventure. The Indigo Plateau was behind them, but the spirit of that experience lingered in every step. Pikachu's ears twitched with curiosity as new Pokémon cries echoed in the distance. This was a new land, and with it, new lessons to learn. The Johto region was vast and calm, filled with gentle hills, crystal lakes, and ancient traditions. The journey began with familiar excitement, yet Pikachu seemed more confident now, experienced but still full of playfulness. It chased small leaves that danced on the wind and perched on Ash's shoulder whenever they met a new friend. Brock returned to travel with them, and they soon met Misty again, bringing laughter and comfort to the road ahead. Their first challenge came at Violet City, where Ash faced Faulkner, the flying-type gym leader. Inside the tall gym tower, wind gusted through open rafters, carrying the cries of Pidgeotto and Pidgeot. Pikachu stepped forward, tail flicking, fur rippling from the air. The battle was quick and clever, Thunderbolt cutting through the wind as Faulkner's Pokémon dove and soared. With agility and perfect timing, Pikachu landed the final blow, sending light scattering across the gym floor. From there, their travels led through Azalea Town, Goldenrod City, and Ecruteak, where Ash met new trainers and Pokémon. Pikachu faced Whitney's Miltank in a tense match that taught them patience and precision. Against Morty's ghostly Pokémon, it learned to rely on instinct and trust rather than sight. Between battles, Pikachu often played with Ash's new companions, Totodile, Cyndaquil, and Bayleaf, acting as both friend and mentor. The Johto days were slower, the nights warmer. Around each campfire, Ash would cook simple meals while Pikachu and the others rested by the glowing embers. Sometimes Pikachu would wander a little way from the group, watching lightning storms on the horizon. Its cheeks sparked faintly in rhythm with the flashes, as though answering the sky. There were light-hearted moments too. Pikachu's playful rivalry with Team Rocket continued as the trio followed Ash across Johto, their plans foiled time and again by a burst of electricity and good humor. Even their presence, once threatening, had become a familiar rhythm, a reminder that not every challenge had to end in fear. By the time Ash reached the Silver Conference, Pikachu had grown wiser, more resilient, yet just as expressive as ever. It still leapt into Ash's arms after victories and perched proudly on his shoulder after defeats. The two had learned that the journey was about more than collecting badges. It was about friendship, experience, and balance. As the sun set over the fields of Johto, Ash sat on a boulder overlooking a stream. Pikachu rested beside him, tail glowing faintly in the fading light. The water reflected the stars beginning to appear, quiet and constant. Ash whispered, "This place feels peaceful." Pikachu nodded with a soft pika, its eyes closing in agreement. The night was calm, the world wide, and the road still waiting. Together, they sat in silence, content in the simple truth that every journey, no matter how familiar, always begins anew. Chapter 10: Pikachu's Rivalries. The wind swept gently across the training field as Ash adjusted his cap and smiled. Pikachu stood ready, tail raised, and cheeks glowing softly in anticipation. Through every region, their journey had been marked by friendship, adventure, and discovery, but also by rivalry. The calm tone of this chapter should capture not hostility, but respect. Each rival they faced helped Pikachu and Ash grow stronger, refining their bond and deepening their understanding of what true strength meant. Their earliest rival had been Gary Oak, Professor Oak's confident grandson. Gary's smug grin and endless entourage had followed Ash from Pallet Town all the way to the Indigo Plateau. When Pikachu finally stood across from Gary's Eevee, Sparks literally filled the air. Both Pokémon were quick and cunning, mirroring the competitive spirit of their trainers. When the battle ended, Gary offered a nod of respect. The rivalry had matured into friendship, the same way two storms eventually find balance. Yet Pikachu's most personal test came in Vermilion City, when it faced Lieutenant Surge's Raichu. The towering electric type radiated power, its bolts strong enough to shake the walls of the gym. Pikachu was outmatched at first, its smaller frame taking heavy hits. But instead of fear, there was determination. Ash refused to evolve Pikachu with a Thunderstone, choosing instead to trust in its speed and spirit. In the rematch, Pikachu darted between attacks, every movement precise and deliberate. When its Thunderbolt finally struck true, the gym erupted in light. Pikachu had proven that heart could outshine raw strength. Years later, that same principle would define Pikachu's rivalry with Paul in the Sinnoh region. Paul's methods were cold and strategic, valuing results over relationships. His Electivire battled with aggression, while Pikachu fought with emotion and control. Their clashes were fierce, echoing the difference between power driven by command and power born of connection. In their final battle at the Sinnoh League, Pikachu faced Electivire one last time. The storm that filled the arena seemed to mirror their shared resolve. When Pikachu's Thunderbolt met Electivire's counterattack, the air itself trembled. When the light faded, Pikachu stood victorious, not just in the match, but in spirit. Other rivals followed through the years. Trainers like Trip and Unova, Sawyer and Kalos, and Gladion and Alola. Each brought new lessons and new styles, pushing Ash and Pikachu to adapt. Some focused on strategy, others on emotion, but all left an imprint on Pikachu's path. These rivalries shaped not only Pikachu's strength but its identity. It learned when to be patient and when to strike, when to trust instinct and when to listen. For Ash, every battle became another chapter in his education as a trainer. For Pikachu, it was an affirmation that evolution isn't just physical, it's emotional, learned through experience and reflection. As evening settled over the practice field, Ash knelt beside Pikachu, ruffling its fur gently. "You've faced a lot of tough ones," he said softly. Pikachu nodded, cheeks glowing faintly as the last of the day's light disappeared behind the hills. There were no crowds cheering now, no badges on the line, only two travelers and the sound of the wind. Rivalries may have fueled their journey, but friendship kept it alive. And as the stars began to appear, Pikachu looked up, a single spark lighting the night. A quiet promise that every battle, win or lose, was a step toward becoming something better. Chapter 11: The Legendary Encounters. The air above the ocean shimmered with light, the kind that only follows great storms. Pikachu stood at Ash's side on the bow of a ship, eyes fixed on the horizon where clouds parted over the sea. Across their many journeys they had met countless Pokémon, some friendly, some fierce, yet none left an impression like the moments when they crossed paths with legends. These encounters were not simply battles, but experiences that shaped their courage and wonder forever. The first came in their earliest days, when Pikachu and Ash faced Mewtwo during the chaos of the Pokémon League's mysterious invitation. In Mewtwo Strikes Back, they found themselves surrounded by clones and confusion. When Pikachu was attacked by its own clone, it refused to fight back. Instead, it endured every blow, tears gathering in its eyes. It understood something deeper, that Pokémon were not meant to harm one another for pride. When Ash turned to stone trying to stop the battle, Pikachu cried out and released a spark that broke the silence. Its tears, joined by those of every Pokémon, brought him back. That moment became one of the most powerful symbols of love and unity in the entire Pokémon world. Their next great encounter came with Lugia in the Power of One. The sea roared as ancient forces awakened, threatening to destroy balance across the Orange Islands. Ash stood at the center of it all, and Pikachu remained steadfast, small but unyielding, its electricity flashing through wind and rain. When Lugia emerged from the waves, its song echoed through the storm, calming the sea and the hearts of everyone present. Pikachu watched in awe, its fur rippling in the salty wind as it realized there were powers beyond imagination, powers that even the strongest thunderbolt could not match. More followed through the years, encounters with Entei in Spell of the Unknown, Latios and Latias in Pokémon Heroes, and Lucario in Lucario and the Mystery of Mew. Each time, Pikachu stood beside Ash not as a weapon, but as a companion. Against forces that threatened to unravel the natural world, Pikachu's bravery shone quietly. It faced storms, psychic energy, and fire that burned hotter than sunlight. Through it all, it remained calm, loyal, and determined to protect those it loved. These moments taught Pikachu that strength had many forms. Sometimes it was the crackle of electricity through open air. Sometimes it was the stillness of refusing to fight. And sometimes it was simply standing by someone's side when the world seemed too large to understand. As the years passed, Pikachu's legend grew too. It was no longer just Ash's partner, it was a witness to history, a friend to gods and myths alike. When the storms cleared and peace returned, Pikachu would often be seen gazing quietly at the horizon, its tail swaying in rhythm with the wind. Tonight, as the waves rolled softly beneath the ship, Ash leaned against the railing, his jacket fluttering in the sea breeze. Pikachu sat on his shoulder, watching the stars reflect on the water. The echoes of Lugia's song seemed to hum faintly in the distance. Neither spoke. They didn't need to. Their bond had already carried them through legends, and the night itself felt like one more reminder that even the smallest spark can stand among giants. Chapter 12. The Hoenn Journey. The ship docked under a sky painted in morning pink and gold. As Ash and Pikachu stepped onto the pier, the sounds of Wingull echoed above the waves. The air felt warmer here, full of sea salt and promise. This was the Hoenn region, a place of tropical forests, coral beaches, and new beginnings. Pikachu's tail flicked with curiosity as it sniffed the humid breeze. For Ash, this was the start of another adventure. For Pikachu, it was a chance to grow once again. Not long after their arrival, a strange energy surged through Pikachu's body. Team Rocket's interference with a power system caused an overload, sending waves of electricity through the port. Pikachu glowed brightly, bolts bursting uncontrollably from its cheeks as Ash tried desperately to calm it. The scene was chaotic yet beautiful, a storm of light contained within a single heart. When the energy finally faded, Ash caught Pikachu in his arms, whispering comfort as the sea wind cooled its fur. It was the first lesson of Hoenn. Even power needs balance. Soon, Ash met new traveling companions, May, an eager young trainer, and her curious little brother Max. Pikachu warmed to them quickly, often playing with May's Torchic and watching over Max with the patience of an older sibling. Together with Brock, the group formed a new kind of family. Their days were full of laughter, gentle teasing, and the rustle of travel through open roads and rain-soaked jungles. At Rustboro City, Pikachu faced Roxanne's Geodude and Nosepass. The gym's stone walls echoed with thunder as Pikachu's attacks lit the field. With careful timing, Ash used the environment to their advantage, directing Pikachu's Thunderbolt through the rocky terrain to secure victory. Later, in Mauville City, Pikachu faced Watson's Electrike and Magneton in a match of pure electricity. Sparks filled the air as both sides traded bolts in dazzling bursts of light. When the battle ended, Watson laughed heartily, praising Pikachu's speed and control. The Hoenn region was alive with variety: desert heat, coastal storms, and forest rain. Pikachu thrived in all of it. Between battles, it played along sandy beaches, leaving small paw prints in the wet sand. Sometimes it would sit near the ocean's edge, tail twitching at the sound of thunder far offshore. The Hoenn sky always seemed to echo Pikachu's own spirit, restless, bright, and alive with energy. As their journey continued, Pikachu's strength evolved not just through battle, but through connection. It learned Iron Tail during this era, a move that gleamed like moonlight against its fur. In gym battles, Pikachu used it with graceful precision, combining speed and agility in a dance that few opponents could match. When the Hoenn League finally arrived, Ash and Pikachu fought with unity stronger than ever before. Though they did not win the championship, the bond between them felt victorious all the same. Their teamwork was fluid, their trust absolute. On the final night in Hoenn, the group sat by the water, the tide whispering over rocks. May and Max talked quietly about their next dreams. Brock stirred the campfire while Pikachu rested beside Ash, fur glowing faintly with the light of the flames. The sea shimmered beyond them, and thunder rumbled softly in the distance. Not a storm this time, but a song. Pikachu listened with calm eyes, knowing that every region, every friend, and every challenge had been another spark along the same unending journey. Chapter 13: Sinnoh and Growth. Snow fell softly over Twinleaf Town as Ash and Pikachu began a new journey in the Sinnoh region. The landscape was quieter here: wide lakes, distant mountains, and forests that shimmered with morning frost. Pikachu's fur glowed faintly in the pale light as they walked, its tail leaving small marks in the snow behind them. Every region had brought new friends and challenges, but Sinnoh felt different. It was a place of reflection and growth, a slower, steadier rhythm in their long story together. Their travels began when they met Dawn, a young trainer with dreams of becoming a Pokémon coordinator. Her kindness and determination quickly drew Pikachu's trust. Dawn's Piplup and Pikachu formed a playful friendship, their personalities mirroring each other, both proud, loyal, and full of spark. The group also reunited with Brock, bringing warmth and familiarity to their journey. Together they explored Sinnoh's wild fields and mountain paths, learning new lessons at every turn. For Pikachu, Sinnoh became a time of mastery. It had long since moved beyond simple attacks like Thundershock and Quick Attack. Now it fought with control, intelligence, and experience. Ash and Pikachu trained tirelessly, refining moves until they flowed with perfect precision. One of Pikachu's most graceful abilities emerged here: Iron Tail, polished into a silver flash of motion. When combined with Thunderbolt, the effect was dazzling: light, sound, and electricity in a single fluid strike. But the heart of this chapter lay in the rivalry with Paul, a trainer whose cold and calculated approach stood in stark contrast to Ash's warmth. Paul treated Pokémon as tools, valuing strength above emotion. Pikachu often faced his Electivire, a formidable opponent whose power mirrored Pikachu's own. Their clashes were intense, filled with roaring thunder and bright arcs of lightning that split the air. Yet Pikachu fought not for dominance, but for understanding, to show that trust and empathy were the true sources of strength. Each battle between Ash and Paul deepened the theme of growth. Ash learned strategy and patience. Pikachu learned discipline and self-belief. By the time of the Sinnoh League, their bond had never been stronger. During their climactic match, Pikachu faced Paul's Electivire one final time. The crowd held its breath as their thunderbolts collided mid-air, the stadium flashing white. When the light faded, Pikachu stood victorious, chest rising and falling with exhaustion, its fur glowing faintly with the residue of electricity. Later that night, as the league lights dimmed and the crowd's cheers faded into the distance, Ash sat outside under a canopy of stars. Pikachu lay curled beside him, its breathing slow and calm. "We did it," Ash whispered, "not about victory but about growth." Pikachu's ear twitched, and it opened one eye, offering a quiet Pika. Sinnoh had been more than a tournament. It was a turning point. The moment Pikachu evolved not through stones or form, but through spirit. Its strength was no longer measured by voltage, but by heart. The snow began to fall again, soft and steady, blanketing the earth in silence. Ash pulled his jacket tighter, and Pikachu nestled closer for warmth. Above them, the sky glowed faintly with the same light that always followed their journeys. The spark of friendship, pure and enduring, guiding them into whatever tomorrow might bring. Chapter 14. Unova Adventures. The horizon glowed with the colors of a new dawn as Ash and Pikachu stepped off the boat into the Unova region. Seagulls cried above the water, and the air carried the scent of a place untouched by their earlier journeys. Pikachu's tail flicked as it looked around, alert and curious. This land was far from home, filled with unfamiliar Pokémon and trainers. It was the perfect setting for renewal, though neither knew how literal that would soon become. Their first moments in Unova began under strange circumstances. As they gazed up at the sky, a flash of lightning split the clouds, but this was no ordinary storm. The legendary Pokémon Zekrom appeared, cloaked in dark clouds, its energy disrupting Pikachu's electricity. When Pikachu tried to use Thunderbolt, nothing happened. Its sparks had vanished, leaving it quiet and uneasy. For the first time in years, Pikachu was powerless. Ash knelt beside it, concern shadowing his face. "We'll get it back," he said softly, and Pikachu nodded, trusting him completely. The loss didn't last long. When Pikachu's power finally returned, it surged with new strength, more focused than before. The brief weakness had reminded both of them that strength could fade, but trust could not. Soon after, they met new friends, Iris, a spirited girl who dreamed of becoming a dragon master, and Syllan, a calm and analytical gym leader with a passion for balance. Their personalities blended like sunlight and shadow. Pikachu took to Iris's Axu quickly, guiding the small dragon type with patience and kindness. Together, the group brought laughter and life to the open roads of Unova. The region itself was vast and colorful, a blend of busy cities and wide meadows. Pikachu faced opponents unlike any before: Snivy, Oshawott, Tepig, and dozens more. Each battle introduced new strategies and techniques. Pikachu's agility remained unmatched, darting through attacks with grace. But the early battles also tested Ash's decision-making. In his eagerness to adapt, he often rushed, and Pikachu, always loyal, did its best to match his pace. Their greatest rival during this time was Trip, a young and confident trainer who admired Unova's champion, Alder. Trip's Snivy challenged Pikachu early on and won, a humbling defeat that reminded Ash and Pikachu that even experience doesn't guarantee victory. Rather than discouragement, the loss reignited their focus. Every battle afterward became more deliberate, their teamwork more precise. Through the seasons of Unova, Pikachu continued to embody calm persistence. Whether facing tough gym battles or helping friends in need, it carried the same spark that had guided them from Pallet Town. Even Team Rocket evolved during this journey, becoming more competent and serious adversaries, pushing Pikachu's creativity in every encounter. As the Unova League approached, the familiar rhythm returned, nights of training, mornings of travel, and the quiet moments of reflection that always connected them. Pikachu's power was fully restored, its moves sharper and more elegant than ever. On a hill overlooking Virtuous City, where the League's lights glowed in the distance, Ash and Pikachu paused. The wind moved gently through the tall grass, bending it like waves. "We've come a long way again," Ash murmured. Pikachu answered with a nod, eyes shining in the moonlight. The calm of the night seemed to echo their unspoken understanding. Unova had not changed who they were. It had reminded them why they began to travel, to grow, and to share every sunrise and sunset together. As the stars glimmered above, Pikachu's cheeks sparked faintly, a soft golden pulse against the endless dark. It was the light of continuity, the quiet promise that wherever they went next, they would always walk forward side by side. Chapter 15: Kalos and Companionship. The Kalos region greeted Ash and Pikachu with light and warmth. Rolling meadows stretched into the horizon, dotted with flowers that caught the morning sun. The air smelled faintly of sweetness, carrying the hum of distant cities and wild Pokémon calls. Pikachu's fur shimmered as it leapt from Ash's shoulder, landing gracefully on the path ahead. This was a region of elegance and invention, where the bonds between Pokémon and trainer were celebrated as something almost sacred. Soon they met new companions, Serena, Clement, and Bonnie, each bringing a different kind of light to Ash's journey. Serena, kind and gentle, carried quiet memories of Ash from their childhood. Clement, the Lumio City gym leader, was inventive and thoughtful, often adjusting gadgets while explaining science through calm smiles. His younger sister Bonnie adored Pikachu instantly, often carrying it around with pure affection. Pikachu accepted it with patience, tail curling gently in amusement. The group's travels through Kalos felt peaceful yet purposeful. The landscape was filled with adventure, bustling cities, ancient ruins, and glowing forests where light seemed to dance through the leaves. Pikachu's bond with Ash grew deeper here, their teamwork evolving into something almost intuitive. In battles, Pikachu moved before Ash even spoke, reading intent through tone and trust alone. During this time, Pikachu's abilities reached new levels of mastery. Its Thunderbolt had become sharper and more controlled, while Quick Attack and Iron Tail flowed together in seamless rhythm. Every battle seemed to tell a story, not of domination, but of harmony between trainer and Pokémon. Clement often marveled at their synergy, describing it as a kind of energy that couldn't be measured. In Kalos, Pikachu also met Ash Greninja, a bond phenomenon that allowed Ash and his Greninja to synchronize body and mind during battle. Pikachu watched this connection form with deep curiosity, recognizing in it the same unity that had guided its own relationship with Ash for years. Though Pikachu never shared that same transformation, it seemed to understand it instinctively, supporting Greninja and cheering from the sidelines with pride. Their adventures brought laughter and companionship, but also challenges. Pikachu faced strong opponents, including gym leaders like Clement himself and the champion Diantha. Each victory came with humility, and even in defeat, Pikachu's tail never drooped for long. Serena's encouragement and Clement's inventions often brought levity to tense moments, creating an atmosphere of teamwork that made Kalos feel like home. As the Kalos League approached, Ash and Pikachu's partnership reached its most fluid form. Their battles were breathtaking, a dance of motion, precision, and light. In the final match against Elaine's Charizard, Pikachu fought valiantly, its small frame darting fearlessly through the heat and flames. When the battle ended in defeat, the crowd still cheered, sensing they had witnessed something rare: perfect companionship. That evening, Ash stood quietly on a balcony overlooking Lumio City. Pikachu perched on the railing, its cheeks glowing softly in the amber streetlights. "You were amazing out there," Ash said, voice calm, not sorrowful. Pikachu blinked and gave a cheerful Pika, as if reminding him that victory had never been their goal. Growth had. Below them, the city lights flickered like countless sparks of electricity. Each light represented a moment shared, a bond formed, a memory made. Ash reached out, and Pikachu climbed onto his shoulder once more, their silhouettes framed against the glowing skyline. Kalos had not crowned them champions, but it had given them something far greater: connection. A companionship that glowed quietly in every smile, every shared glance, and every step forward on the path ahead. As the night breeze carried the scent of flowers and rain, Pikachu closed its eyes, content. The world below shimmered with life, and their journey continued, bright, unhurried, and full of heart. Chapter 16: The Alola Journey. A warm ocean breeze carried the scent of salt and plumeria flowers as Ash and Pikachu arrived in the Alola region. The waves sparkled beneath the morning sun, and palm trees swayed lazily along the shore. Unlike any region before, Alola felt peaceful, more like a home than a battlefield. Pikachu hopped off Ash's shoulder, its paws pressing into the soft sand, sparks flickering faintly in the humid air. For the first time in a long while, their adventure was not about chasing badges. It was about learning, friendship, and slowing down long enough to simply enjoy the world. Ash soon found himself attending the Pokémon school on Melamela Island, surrounded by classmates instead of rivals. Kiavua, Lana, Sophocles, Mallow, and Lily all brought their own energy and curiosity to this new kind of journey. Pikachu quickly became a favorite among them, often seen napping in sunny spots during class or helping the others with practice battles. The pacing of their days was unhurried, lessons in kindness and teamwork replacing the constant rhythm of competition. Pikachu's relationships with the new team grew naturally. It shared snacks with Rowlet, playfully teased Litten, and often trained beside Lycanroc under the glow of the island moon. Despite the calm, Pikachu's strength continued to evolve. The island guardians, the Tapu, took notice of its spark, especially Tapu Koko, who gifted Ash an Electrium Z crystal. With this, Pikachu learned its first Z move, Gigavolt Havoc, a display of thunderous light that lit up the island sky. When Ash and Pikachu performed the move for the first time, the moment was both powerful and poetic. Ash's dance movements synchronized perfectly with Pikachu's charge, their bond turning electricity into art. The resulting surge of golden light struck with the force of a summer storm, yet it left behind a peaceful calm, the sound of the ocean soft in its wake. Through countless adventures, helping classmates, facing trials, and meeting rare Pokémon, Pikachu's cheerful nature brought joy to everyone. It also showed its usual courage when the Ultra Beasts appeared, standing alongside Ash and his friends to protect their island home. In every crisis, Pikachu's lightning cut through the dark, illuminating courage even in uncertainty. But Alola was not all battle and danger. Many days ended with laughter around campfires, the smell of roasted berries, and sunsets that painted the sea in orange and pink. Pikachu often curled up beside Ash under the stars, listening to the rhythm of waves against the sand. They were no longer chasing titles, they were finding balance. The chapter reached its brightest moment when Ash became the first ever Alola champion. In the final battle against Gladion, Pikachu's Thunderbolt met Lycanroc's counterattack in a burst of light that filled the arena. When the glow faded, Ash stood victorious. Pikachu leapt into his arms, the roar of the crowd echoing like waves on the shore. It was a triumph born not from ambition, but from years of trust. That night, the island celebrated. Drums played in the distance, torches flickered along the beach, and laughter mingled with the sound of the surf. Ash sat quietly by the shore, Pikachu at his side, the glow of victory replaced by peace. The moon rose high above Melamela Island, reflected on the calm sea. Pikachu's cheeks flickered once, softly, like a heartbeat of light. In that stillness, Ash smiled. "We did it," he whispered. Pikachu answered with a quiet Pika, then rested its head on his arm. The waves rolled on, timeless and gentle. Their adventure in Alola had not only crowned them champions, it had taught them what happiness truly meant. Chapter 17. The Galar Adventures. Clouds drifted low across the Galar skyline as the train rattled through the countryside. Rolling hills stretched out under a silver sky, dotted with windmills that turned lazily in the breeze. Ash and Pikachu sat together by the window, their reflections merging in the glass as they watched the world move by. The journey to Galar was different, not just another region, but a new era. Their travels would no longer follow the familiar pattern of gym badges and leagues, but the vast and open adventure of the World Coronation Series. When the train stopped, the air outside carried the scent of rain and fresh grass. "Go," Ash's new companion greeted Pikachu with open excitement. Pikachu blinked curiously at his enthusiasm, then offered a cheerful spark of introduction. From that day on, they traveled together, visiting every region rather than staying in one. For Pikachu, it was both a reunion and renewal, returning to old lands with the wisdom of experience, meeting new friends along the way. Their base became Cerise Laboratory, a peaceful home filled with research equipment, laughter, and endless stories. Pikachu often perched by the windowsill overlooking Vermilion City, tail flicking against the glass as it watched storms roll in from the sea. When the call came for a new adventure, it would leap from Ash's shoulder, ready to chase lightning again. Galar introduced Pikachu to something it had never seen before: Dynamax and Gigantamax Pokémon. When Pikachu first transformed into its Gigantamax form, it grew taller than the surrounding stadium walls, its tail glowing with a neon pulse. The crowd gasped as its thunderbolt split the clouds, painting the sky in gold. Despite its size and power, Pikachu's personality didn't change. It still smiled, still chirped softly when the match was over, bowing with modest pride as the light faded, and it returned to its normal size. The journey through Galar carried a sense of discovery. Pikachu faced trainers like Bia, Raihan, and Marnie, all of whom left their mark. Each battle reflected a deeper unity between Ash and Pikachu, refined over years of triumph and failure. Their victories now came not from speed or strength alone, but from trust so complete that words were rarely needed. Meanwhile, Go's dream of catching every Pokémon added rhythm to their travels. Pikachu often helped him, using gentle thunderbolts to assist during catches or to free Pokémon in trouble. It became a silent teacher, patient and kind, reminding everyone that the goal was not ownership, but understanding. Through their journeys, Pikachu and Ash also crossed paths with Leon, the Galar champion. Leon's Charizard radiated confidence and strength, its wings cutting through the air like flame. Every time Pikachu watched it battle, its eyes gleamed with determination. Leon became their ultimate rival, a mountain waiting to be climbed. Between journeys, the days at Cerise Park were peaceful. Pikachu played among the Pokémon who called it home, sometimes resting on the grass beneath the shade of a tree, watching clouds drift by. Those moments of stillness balanced the storms of their travels. As evening fell on one of those days, Ash sat outside the lab, watching the horizon glow orange. Pikachu rested beside him, fur brushed by the breeze. "We've seen the world together," Ash murmured. Pikachu looked up, cheeks glowing faintly as if in agreement. The Galar winds carried their quiet laughter away, blending it with the hum of the distant city. The journey through Galar was not just about new battles or leagues. It was about reflection, the calm between storms, the beauty in traveling without hurry. Pikachu had grown, yet remained the same spark of light that had once refused a Pokéball back in Pallet Town. Now, as the stars appeared over Galar, it curled close to Ash's side, content beneath the vast sky it had helped illuminate so many times before. Chapter 18: Ash's World Championship. The roar of the crowd echoed through Winden Stadium as the World Coronation Series reached its final match. Flags waved from every nation, lights shimmered above the field, and the air hummed with anticipation. In the center of the arena, Ash stood with Pikachu at his side, facing the strongest opponent he had ever known, Leon, the reigning world champion. Across from them, Leon's Charizard spread its wings, its scales gleaming like molten gold beneath the lights. This was the moment their entire journey had been leading toward. The match began beneath a canopy of thunderclouds. Every flash of lightning across the sky mirrored the spark in Pikachu's cheeks. Years of travel, laughter, and hardship had forged them into something more than trainer and Pokémon. They were one heartbeat, one rhythm. The first clash was fierce. Pikachu darted forward with quick attack, the field erupting in light as Charizard's flames struck back. The sound was deafening, but amid the chaos, their calm remained. As the battle continued, Pikachu's memories seemed to play in fragments between attacks. The forests of Kanto, the waterfalls of Johto, the snow of Sinnoh, the sunny shores of Alola. Every region, every friend, every moment was there, glowing within the sparks that surrounded it. Leon's Charizard fought with pride, its wings cutting arcs of fire through the air. Pikachu met it with unwavering courage, its fur standing on end as it charged into the heat. The energy inside the stadium rose with each strike. Thunder collided with flame. Iron Tail clashed against Claw. The world blurred into light and sound. Ash called commands, but most of them were instinct, half words, half trust. Pikachu's movements matched his heart, and even as exhaustion set in, neither wavered. As the final exchange neared, both Pokémon staggered, eyes locked in mutual respect. Leon smiled softly, sensing the end. "Let's finish this," he said. Ash nodded, his voice steady. "You've got this, buddy." Charizard released its fiercest flamethrower, the air around it warping with heat. Pikachu answered with everything it had, a thunderbolt that split the sky in two. For a brief, breathtaking moment, Both attacks collided in a blinding storm of light. The shockwave rippled across the arena, turning the noise of the crowd into a single gasp. When the dust cleared, Pikachu was standing, barely upright, its fur scorched but its eyes bright. Then Charizard fell. Silence filled the air for a heartbeat before the crowd erupted. Ash had done it. After so many years, so many journeys, he had become the world champion. Pikachu blinked in disbelief, then turned to Ash. The boy's eyes shone with tears and pride. Pikachu leapt into his arms, sparks dancing around them like stars. They laughed together, the sound pure and joyful, echoing through the entire stadium. That night, the celebration carried through the streets of Winden. Trainers and fans from every region gathered to honor them. But later, when the noise faded, Ash and Pikachu found a quiet spot beneath the night sky. They sat side by side on the edge of a fountain, watching the reflections of city lights shimmer on the water. Ash smiled softly. "We really did it, huh?" he said. Pikachu leaned against him, eyes half closed, its cheeks glowing faintly. For years they had traveled, failed, tried again, and never given up. Now they sat not as trainer and Pokémon, but as equals, partners who had grown together through every step of their journey. The stars above seemed brighter than ever, and for a moment the world stood still. Pikachu looked up at the sky, then at Ash, and gave a small, contented Pika. The world had crowned them champions, but in truth, they had always been that, not because they won, but because they never stopped believing in each other. Chapter 19. Movie Moments Beyond the Series. The story of Pikachu extends far beyond the episodes of the anime. Across the years, it has appeared in more than 20 Pokémon movies, each one a new reflection of courage, empathy, and wonder. These adventures carried Pikachu to ancient temples, frozen peaks, tropical islands, and even alternate worlds, places where myth and emotion intertwined. In each film, Pikachu's spirit remained constant, loyal, curious, and brave, always standing by Ash no matter how extraordinary the challenge. Their journey through the movies began with Mewtwo Strikes Back, a story of identity and compassion. In that moment of despair when Ash turned to stone, it was Pikachu's tears that awakened the world's understanding of Pokémon hearts. That scene, silent except for the sound of Pikachu's cries, remains one of the most moving in all of Pokémon history. It defined the bond between trainer and Pokémon as something sacred. In Pokémon the Movie 2000, Pikachu's courage helped calm the storm that threatened to destroy the world. Standing alongside Lugia, it faced thunder and wind without fear, trusting that friendship could restore harmony. The sea shimmered afterward, the air clean and still, a reminder that even small sparks can help heal great storms. Then came Spell of the Unknown, where Pikachu faced illusions and loss while Ash vanished into another world. In Pokémon Heroes, Pikachu soared beside Latios and Latias through the canals of Alto Mare, its reflection mirrored in the sparkling water. It helped save an entire city using not strength but love and trust. Every film became a meditation on connection, showing Pikachu as more than a battle partner. It was a bridge between people and Pokémon, between fear and hope. Through the years, Pikachu also met companions like Lucario, Manaphy, Darkrai, and Victini, each carrying lessons about sacrifice and understanding. It stood beside Shaymin in meadows of eternal bloom, faced the void alongside Giratina, and brought warmth to the cold sky, where Arceus itself once descended. In every encounter, Pikachu was small compared to the legends, yet its heart proved as great as any god or guardian it met. When I Choose You reimagined the beginning of Ash's journey, Pikachu once again stood at the center of emotion. That film reminded the world of their first meeting, the refusal to stay in a Pokeball, the storm, the rainbow, and the endless promise that followed. The retelling carried quiet nostalgia, like a lullaby for those who had grown up with their story. And then came Detective Pikachu, a different universe, a different voice, but the same spirit. In that film, Pikachu became a bridge between the human and Pokémon worlds in a more literal way, guiding a young man through mystery and memory. Though not the same Pikachu as Ash's, the heart was familiar, clever, kind, and full of spark. Across every movie, one truth endured. Pikachu was never just the lightning, it was the light itself. Whether running through rain, facing legendary beings, or standing silently beside Ash at the edge of a sunrise, Pikachu embodied the soul of Pokémon connection. Its eyes reflected joy, its sparks carried hope, and its loyalty never wavered. As the final credits of each adventure rolled, viewers around the world felt the same quiet warmth, the sense that somewhere Pikachu was still traveling, still smiling, still reminding us all that friendship once formed lasts forever. The films didn't just show battles or journeys. They preserved a feeling, a spark that lives on in every heart that has ever believed in the bond between a trainer and their Pokémon. Chapter 20: Pikachu in the Games. Long before the television screens and silver movie theaters, Pikachu's story began inside a simple handheld console. When Pokémon Red and Pokémon Green first released in Japan in 1996, Pikachu was one of 151 Pokémon, small, cute, and electric, but not yet the world's icon. That would change quickly. With every new generation of games, Pikachu grew from a common forest Pokémon into the heart of the franchise, bridging imagination and nostalgia for millions of players. In the earliest games, Pikachu appeared rarely in the Viridian forest, its bright yellow body a welcome surprise among Caterpie and Weedle. Players who caught one found that this tiny electric type had surprising power, able to paralyze foes and light their path through dark caves. But its true fame began in Pokémon Yellow, Special Pikachu Edition, released in 1998. For the first time, Pikachu followed the player on screen, refusing to stay in its Pokéball, a gentle reflection of Ash's Pikachu in the anime. Players could turn around to see its face, happy or annoyed depending on how they treated it. That small detail made Pikachu feel alive, like a true companion. In the years that followed, Pikachu became a fixture in every core series. It could be found in tall grass, on mountain trails, or in forests from Johto to Paldea. It often appeared early in each region, giving new players a familiar spark of comfort. Evolving with a Thunderstone into Raichu, or later into Alolan and Hisuian forms, Pikachu's evolutionary line remained a symbol of choice: evolve for strength or remain small for heart. Many trainers, like Ash, chose to keep Pikachu as it was. Spin-off games celebrated Pikachu just as brightly. In Pokémon Snap, it could be seen posing beside the beach or riding a surfboard with cheerful sparks trailing behind. In Pokémon Stadium, Pikachu's cries filled arenas as it faced powerful opponents in full 3D for the first time. Pokémon Channel and Hey You Pikachu invited players to speak directly to it, deepening the illusion of a friendship that transcended screens. As the years passed, Pikachu adapted to new worlds. In Pokémon Go, it appeared on phones across the globe, standing in parks, on sidewalks, and beside oceans, connecting millions of players through shared discovery. Limited edition event, Pikachu appeared wearing hats, Santa hats, party crowns, and even Ash's cap, playful reminders that this Pokémon belonged to everyone. Competitive players also discovered Pikachu's unique charm. While small compared to giants like Garchomp or Tyranitar, its agility and unpredictability made it a beloved underdog in tournaments. Its signature move, Volt Tackle, introduced in Pokémon Emerald, became a mark of dedication, a risk that traded safety for brilliance. Pikachu also found a place beyond the mainline adventures. In Super Smash Bros., it became a core fighter from the very first game, its speed and lightning-fast attacks making it one of the most recognizable characters in Nintendo history. Generations of players learned to mimic its cheerful cry, shouting Pika as thunder jolted through the stage. Every appearance reinforced the same quiet truth. Pikachu was more than a character. It was an idea. The embodiment of connection, companionship, and joy. Through 8 generations of handheld and console games, it stood at the player's side, constant through change. Today, whether wandering Paldea's hills, exploring Kanto once more in remakes, or waiting patiently at a Pokéstop, Pikachu's spark remains. Its cry, unchanged since the earliest days, still hums from tiny speakers across the world. Players old and new continue to chase that same spark, the moment when a small yellow Pokémon appears on screen, smiles, and reminds them why they started playing in the first place. Chapter 21: Pikachu and the Trading Card Game. Before screens could move and voices could speak, Pokémon lived on paper, shimmering cards that fit into the palm of a hand. The trading card game began in 1996 in Japan, just as the franchise itself was taking shape. From that very first set, one Pokémon stood out from the rest: Pikachu. With its bright yellow fur, red cheeks, and cheerful expression, it became the face of the game before most children had even learned how to play it. The earliest Pikachu card appeared in the original base set released worldwide in 1999. Illustrated by Mitsuhiro Arita, it showed Pikachu standing in a meadow surrounded by green leaves, a calm smile on its face. The artwork captured something gentle, the spirit of friendship that defined Pokémon from the beginning. That simple image became an icon. Even those who never played the game recognized it instantly. Collectors soon discovered that there were 2 versions of that first Pikachu, one with red cheeks, one with yellow. Both were nearly identical, but the difference became a beloved curiosity, sparking endless discussions among fans. From there, Pikachu appeared in nearly every major expansion, each new artwork reflecting the growth of the franchise. Some cards showed it running joyfully through forests. Others captured quieter scenes, like Pikachu curled up beside flowers, or resting near a campfire. The trading card game turned Pikachu into a bridge between play and art. Every illustrator brought their own vision. Atsuko Nishida, Pikachu's original designer, often drew it with soft, rounded features that emphasized warmth and innocence. Kagamaru Himeno painted it in pastel tones, beneath gentle light. Newer artists portrayed it with modern energy, sparks flying, eyes fierce, surrounded by swirling thunderclouds. Together, these images formed a visual history of the Pokémon world. Beyond its beauty, Pikachu also became a symbol of rarity and celebration. Promotional cards marked milestones in the franchise's history, from the Flying Pikachu and Surfing Pikachu cards of early expansions, to event exclusives given at tournaments, movie premieres, and Pokémon centers. One of the most famous is the Pikachu Illustrator card, awarded in 1997 to winners of a Koro Koro comic art contest. Only a handful were ever printed, each signed by the original creator. Today it remains one of the rarest and most valuable trading cards in existence, treasured not only for its price but for what it represents: creativity, community, and joy. Over time, the TCG evolved from a children's pastime into a cultural phenomenon, and Pikachu evolved along with it. Every anniversary set has featured it in some form, celebrating milestones of both game and fandom. The 25th anniversary collection included full-art Pikachu cards that recreated its earliest designs with modern brilliance, merging nostalgia with new artistry. In tournaments, Pikachu cards often serve more as collector's treasures than competitive staples. Yet every player, from beginners to veterans, has owned one at some point. Its small yellow face remains a reminder of how Pokémon began. A spark of imagination printed in color and cardboard. Even now, in packs opened across the world, Pikachu appears again and again. Sometimes as a powerful VMAX card with thunder swirling around it, other times as a calm figure sitting in the grass, smiling softly at the sunset. No matter the version, each carries the same quiet energy, the connection between people, Pokémon, and the joy of discovery. When collectors open a booster pack and see that familiar face shining under the foil, it feels like meeting an old friend. That spark, the same one that first lit the hearts of trainers decades ago, continues to glow, unchanged. Pikachu, the symbol of the Pokémon trading card game, remains both the beginning and the heartbeat of it all. Chapter 22. The Pikachu Illustrator and Collecting Legacy. In the world of collecting, few treasures carry the same aura of wonder as the Pikachu Illustrator card. Its story began quietly in Japan in 1997, long before global fame and soaring auction prices. Koro Koro Comic, a popular children's magazine, held an illustration contest, inviting fans to design their own Pokémon cards. Winners would receive a special prize, a card that no one else could pull from a booster pack. It was printed in limited numbers, each one bearing the image of Pikachu joyfully holding art supplies, surrounded by the tools of creativity, pens, brushes, and a sketchpad. The artwork was drawn by Atsuko Nishida, Pikachu's original designer. Her style was playful yet full of heart, reflecting both Pikachu's innocence and the creative spirit of the contest itself. The card's Japanese text proudly labeled it Illustrator, distinguishing it from all others. It was never meant for sale, only as a gift, a token of imagination between artist and fan. Yet over time, this modest prize became a legend. As the Pokémon franchise grew into a worldwide phenomenon, the Illustrator card transformed into a symbol of ultimate rarity. Only a handful were confirmed to exist, believed to be around 39 in total. Each one represented a piece of history, a physical link to the early days when Pokémon was still finding its voice. Collectors pursued it, not just for prestige, but for what it meant, a reminder of childhood creativity and the simple joy of drawing one's favorite Pokémon. Decades later, the Pikachu Illustrator card began appearing at high-profile auctions, each time setting new records. One copy sold in the mid-2010s for over $200,000. Another surpassed $300,000, then $500,000. In 2022, a pristine copy graded by PSA reached over $5 million, purchased by a well-known collector who wore it like a piece of art around his neck. The numbers stunned the world, but beyond the value lay something far more meaningful. Proof that the love for Pokémon's heart, for Pikachu itself, had endured through generations. While the Illustrator card stands as the crown jewel, Pikachu's collecting legacy extends much further. It appears in countless promotional releases, commemorative prints, and artist collaborations. From celebrations to 25th anniversary Gold Pikachu, each new release carries the same spark, an echo of those first drawings made by children in 1997. Collectors across the world share stories of their favorite Pikachu cards, some framed on walls, others tucked away carefully in binders that smell faintly of cardboard and time. The act of collecting Pikachu cards has become its own language of memory. It connects childhood to adulthood, past to present. Opening a pack and finding Pikachu still brings the same rush it did decades ago. That flutter of joy, that small moment of luck. The card may glitter with modern foil or remain a simple print, but its heart is unchanged. In truth, the legacy of Pikachu as a collectible is not about wealth or rarity. It's about emotion, the feeling of nostalgia when old cards are held again, the quiet smile of recognition when seeing that familiar face. Whether it's a mint-condition illustrator or a well-loved base set card creased from years of play, each one tells the same story, a spark that refuses to fade. As the decades pass, new sets continue to arrive, and Pikachu always returns, waiting behind the next foil wrapper. Somewhere, a child opens their first pack and gasps at the sight of that little yellow face, the same way someone once did a lifetime ago. The Pikachu illustrator began as a symbol of imagination, and today it remains exactly that, the brightest reminder that Pokémon at its heart is about creativity, joy, and the timeless connection between people and the stories they love. Chapter 23: Pikachu's Global Cultural Impact. It began as a small spark in Japan, a cheerful yellow Pokémon that lived in forests and stored electricity in its cheeks. Within just a few years, that spark spread across the world. Pikachu became more than a character. It became a cultural symbol, a beacon of optimism and joy recognizable in every corner of the globe. From children's school supplies to international parades, from airplanes to art galleries, Pikachu's face came to represent not only Pokémon, but the spirit of connection itself. The first wave of this global phenomenon arrived in the late 1990s, when Pokémon reached Western audiences. Pikachu's image appeared everywhere, on backpacks, cereal boxes, t-shirts, and television screens. Its voice, high and melodic, became instantly recognizable. Even those who had never watched an episode could recognize that small cry, Pika Pika, echoing from toys and commercials alike. It was pure happiness captured in sound. In Japan, Pikachu's presence deepened through national pride and cultural events. It served as an ambassador for the Pokémon brand, and at times for the country itself. During the 2014 Pikachu outbreak in Yokohama, hundreds of dancing Pikachu mascots filled the streets, marching through the city in waves of yellow joy. What began as a promotional celebration became an annual tradition, drawing visitors from around the world. People laughed, waved, and took photos, the city glowing as if lit by 1,000 tiny sparks. Pikachu also became a symbol of goodwill and unity. In 2014, Japan's Ministry of Foreign Affairs appointed Pikachu, alongside Hello Kitty, as an official ambassador for tourism. The little Pokémon appeared in events promoting friendship between nations, spreading messages of peace and cooperation. During global competitions, Pikachu often appeared as a mascot of welcome, proof that kindness could travel farther than language. In media, Pikachu's influence reached beyond the anime. Its likeness appeared in stage shows, concerts, fashion lines, and art exhibits. Collaborations with major designers turned its familiar form into high fashion, appearing on runways in limited edition clothing. Artists worldwide painted and sculpted Pikachu as a symbol of modern folklore, a reminder that even pop culture can carry beauty and meaning when rooted in joy. Around the world, Pikachu has also appeared in charity events, hospitals, and educational programs. Its gentle smile brings comfort to children in need, its voice reminding them of courage and hope. The Pokémon Company has often used Pikachu as the face of community efforts, linking imagination with compassion. In these quiet spaces, Far from bright lights or fanfare, Pikachu's true power shines, the ability to make people feel safe and loved. Even in technology and entertainment, Pikachu remains ever-present. From theme parks in Japan and Singapore to video game collaborations and augmented reality events, it stands as a link between generations. Parents who grew up watching Ash's journey now share those same stories with their children, passing the spark forward. The universal appeal lies in simplicity. Pikachu is bright, friendly, and brave, a face that radiates warmth. It doesn't speak human language, but its expressions speak to everyone. That combination of cuteness, courage, and kindness has made Pikachu a global icon in the same way Mickey Mouse or Winnie the Pooh once defined earlier eras. As evening settles over cities where Pikachu balloons still drift in parades, its legacy glows softly. It isn't just a mascot for Pokémon. It's a bridge between cultures, between people, between past and present. The world may change, but Pikachu's smile stays the same, reminding us all of childhood wonder, friendship, and the quiet electricity that runs through every heart that still believes in adventure. Chapter 24: Pikachu Around the World. Wherever you travel, from city skylines to quiet countryside paths, Pikachu's image is never far away. It has become a universal language of happiness, a symbol recognized by people of every age and culture. The little electric mouse Pokémon has crossed oceans, borders, and generations, carrying with it the same cheerful spark that began in a simple forest in Kanto. This chapter drifts across continents, exploring how Pikachu became a global companion to millions. In Japan, its birthplace, Pikachu feels like part of daily life. From train stations to shopping districts, its bright face decorates vending machines, billboards, and signs pointing toward Pokémon centers. Children hold Pikachu balloons, and adults smile at the sight, reminded of their own childhood days. At Yokohama's Pikachu Outbreak Festival, hundreds of mascots march through the streets, dancing to cheerful music while confetti rains down. The city glows yellow during those days, a celebration that feels less like marketing and more like community joy. Travel west to the United States, and Pikachu's story continues. When Pokémon first aired in 1998, it captured hearts almost instantly. American audiences found comfort in its kindness, in the way Pikachu cared for Ash, refused to give up, and found courage through friendship. Soon Pikachu appeared at Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade, floating high above New York City, as one of the most beloved balloons of the event. For decades, that smiling balloon has glided through the skyline every year, a gentle reminder that imagination can unite people even in the cold of winter. Across Europe, Pikachu dances through festivals, shops, and cultural exhibits. In Paris, its likeness has appeared in Pokémon-themed cafes, inviting visitors to share food inspired by its electric charm. In London, fans gathered at the Pokémon World Championships, where Pikachu mascots greeted crowds from every nation. Its presence transcends language. Every smile, every Pika understood without translation. In Asia beyond Japan, Pikachu's influence is equally profound. From Seoul to Singapore, Bangkok to Beijing, its familiar yellow face brightens classrooms, subway stations, and community parks. In Singapore's Jewel Changi Airport, a towering Pikachu statue greets travelers arriving from around the globe, surrounded by waterfalls and greenery, a perfect symbol of joy meeting journey. In Latin America, Pikachu's name is spoken with the same affection as anywhere else. Children in Mexico City, São Paulo, and Buenos Aires grew up watching Ash and Pikachu's adventures translated into their own languages. The voice may differ, but the spirit never changes. Pikachu's cry, Pika Pika, remains universal, its tone identical across dubs, a sound that transcends words. Even in regions far from bustling cities, Pikachu's warmth reaches people through games, cards, and stories shared online. Communities gather to trade, to play, and to celebrate events like Pokémon Go Fest, where players of all ages search parks and city streets, smiling together when Pikachu appears on their screens. Those brief moments, strangers cheering side by side, embody what Pikachu has come to represent: shared wonder. Its role as a cultural bridge extends beyond entertainment. Pikachu has served as a goodwill ambassador for Japan at global events such as the World Cup and the Olympic Games. Wearing traditional garments or national team uniforms, it stands proudly as a messenger of friendship and peace. Its presence reminds the world that even the smallest creature can carry enormous meaning when it represents joy and hope. As night falls in cities across the globe, shop lights dim and screens fade to black, but somewhere a Pikachu plush still rests on a bedside table. It is a constant companion, soft, smiling, timeless. In every country, in every language, Pikachu is the same: bright, loyal, full of life. Its spark unites generations, and its warmth travels farther than any lightning ever could. The world may be vast, but wherever there is laughter, light, or love, Pikachu is already there, quietly, faithfully, glowing in the hearts of those who believe in friendship. Chapter 25: Pikachu's Emotional Legacy. When the story of Pikachu is told, it is never just about electricity, battles, or evolution. It is about feeling the quiet emotional pulse that flows through every scene, every friendship, and every memory it has shared with Ash and the world. Pikachu's journey has always been one of the heart. From the first spark of mistrust between trainer and Pokémon, to the gentle tears of farewell and the laughter of reunion, it embodies something deeper than adventure: the bond that makes Pokémon timeless. Pikachu's emotional legacy begins in its earliest moments. When it refused to enter its Pokéball, it was not rebellion, it was individuality. Pikachu wanted freedom, connection, and trust before obedience. That small act of willpower set the tone for the entire series. Over time, as it grew close to Ash, its reluctance softened into loyalty. The moment it leapt into Ash's arms after the Spearow storm marked the first heartbeat of true friendship, a feeling that would echo through the decades. Through countless regions and trials, Pikachu became the emotional center of the Pokémon world. When Ash struggled, Pikachu was there, often silent, yet understanding. Its eyes conveyed empathy that no words could match. Whether comforting friends, standing before towering foes, or simply resting beside a campfire, Pikachu's presence carried peace. In a universe full of evolution and transformation, Pikachu remained the constant, a symbol of love that never needed to change. The anime often used Pikachu's emotions to mirror Ash's own. When Ash felt doubt, Pikachu's spark dimmed. When Ash found courage, the light returned brighter than ever. They grew together, their journeys across Kanto, Johto, Sinnoh, and beyond, serving as chapters in one long shared heartbeat. Their friendship wasn't perfect. There were moments of frustration, even separation, but those moments always led back to understanding. One of the most moving examples came in Pikachu's goodbye, when Ash considered releasing Pikachu to live among a wild group in the forest. As the familiar music played and Ash walked away, Pikachu watched in silence, eyes full of conflict. Then, in a rush of emotion, it ran back into his arms. That single moment captured everything their story stood for: freedom chosen, not given, love that expects nothing but still remains. Later, When Ash parted ways with longtime companions, or said farewell to Pokémon he had raised, Pikachu's quiet reactions anchored the emotion for the audience. Its eyes reflected our own, sadness, nostalgia, and pride all at once. No words were ever necessary. Just a small Pika, spoken softly into the wind. Even in celebration, Pikachu's emotions radiate warmth. Its laughter during victories, its playful teasing of friends, and its comfort toward frightened Pokémon all reveal a creature that feels deeply. It has become the mirror of the human heart, capable of joy, compassion, and grief in equal measure. As the years passed and Ash finally achieved his dream of becoming world champion, Pikachu stood beside him, not as a tool or trophy, but as a companion who had shared every step. Their hug after the battle with Leon became the culmination of 25 years of shared emotion. It wasn't about winning. It was about everything that came before, the journey, the trust, the unspoken love. Today, when fans revisit the series, Pikachu's expressions still carry the same quiet power. Its eyes still soften when Ash smiles. Its sparks still flicker with warmth, not anger. It reminds us that true strength is not measured in voltage or victory, but in connection. As night falls on their long story, Pikachu remains a light in the darkness, the embodiment of friendship, memory, and hope. Its emotional legacy is eternal, woven into the hearts of all who have grown up beside it. Whether seen on screen, drawn on a card, or dreamed of in sleep, Pikachu's spark continues to glow softly, reminding the world that love, once formed, never fades. Chapter 26: Pikachu's Role in the Pokémon TCG. The Pokémon trading card game is more than just strategy and competition. It is a gallery of memory, a celebration of artistry, and a living record of how the world has loved Pokémon for nearly 3 decades. Through all of its expansions, sets, and generations, one Pokémon has remained constant: Pikachu. Its image has appeared more times than any other, each card offering a different window into its character. Together they tell the story of joy, companionship, and creativity that defines both the game and the Pokémon world itself. Pikachu's TC journey began in the original base set of 1999, where Mitsuhiro Arita's artwork presented it not in action, but at peace. The small electric type stood quietly in a forest clearing, framed by soft green tones. That image captured the soul of Pokémon: wonder, curiosity, and calm. The card's yellow border seemed to glow around it, almost like the electricity in its cheeks. For millions of children opening their first packs, Pikachu became the very first Pokémon they ever held in their hands. As the years passed, Pikachu reappeared again and again in new forms. Some cards showed it standing beside Ash, a nod to their shared anime legacy. Others depicted it sleeping in meadows, holding fruit, or gazing at the stars. The illustrations grew more varied, from gentle watercolor scenes to dynamic battle poses filled with lightning and motion. Each artist offered a unique vision, yet the feeling was always the same: a warm spark of happiness. Pikachu's presence also grew within the culture of collecting itself. Many special events and anniversary sets featured it as a centerpiece. The 25th Anniversary Collection, Celebrations, reintroduced classic designs from the early years, including a full-art reimagining of that first base set card. It stood as a tribute to nostalgia and continuity, proof that no matter how much the game evolved, Pikachu's essence never changed. Special promotional cards further highlighted Pikachu's role as the heart of the TCG. From Surfing Pikachu to Flying Pikachu, these lighthearted variations captured the character's playfulness. In tournaments, winners sometimes received exclusive Pikachu cards printed with event logos, turning moments of achievement into lifelong memories. In Japan, limited regional releases made Pikachu a cultural ambassador, appearing in cards dressed in traditional yukata, postal uniforms, and even pilot attire. The TCG also mirrored Pikachu's growth across media. When Detective Pikachu premiered, the trading card game celebrated with themed sets featuring Pikachu's inquisitive expression and the soft texture of the film's realistic design. For many players, opening those packs was like greeting an old friend in a new form. Although Pikachu is rarely a top-tier card in competitive play, its significance transcends the battlefield. Every collector, from the youngest beginner to the most experienced player, cherishes at least one Pikachu card. It represents the emotional beginning of Pokémon, the spark that ignited the phenomenon. Some fans frame their first Pikachu card, its corners bent from childhood handling, because it reminds them not of power or rarity, but of joy. Even today, new Pikachu cards continue to appear in every expansion. Some are simple and peaceful. Others radiate storm-like energy. A few shimmer with holographic rainbows that catch the light like distant thunderclouds. No matter the form, Pikachu's cards embody a truth that no rarity symbol can measure. This Pokémon is not only the mascot of a franchise, but the embodiment of imagination itself. For players and collectors alike, Pikachu's place in the trading card game is both anchor and inspiration, the reminder that behind every pack opened, every duel played, and every card traded, lies the same simple spark that began it all: friendship, curiosity, and the endless joy of discovery. Chapter 27: The Illustrator Card and Collecting Culture. Among all the shimmering holographics, tournament trophies, and special editions printed over the years, one card stands apart: the Pikachu Illustrator. It is not just the rarest Pokémon card ever made, but also a symbol of the creativity and imagination that lie at the heart of the franchise. Its story began humbly, long before collectors lined up at auction houses or graded cards in protective cases. It began in 1997, when Koro Koro Comic held an art contest for young readers in Japan. Children were invited to draw their favorite Pokémon as if they themselves were official card illustrators. Thousands of drawings were sent in, each one bright with crayon lines, pencil shading, and childhood dreams. The winners received a unique prize, a card printed especially for them, featuring a smiling Pikachu surrounded by art supplies, pens, paintbrushes, and colored pencils scattered across the page. Across the top, instead of the usual trainer or Pokémon heading, were the words Illustrator. It was not meant to be played in a deck, but to honor the creative spark that Pokémon had inspired. Atsuko Nishida, the artist who originally designed Pikachu, illustrated the card herself. Her art captured both whimsy and pride. Pikachu's pose was playful, yet its expression seemed to say, "You can create too." The Illustrator card became a quiet treasure, known only within Japan for many years. Only 39 copies were ever believed to have been awarded, each hand-delivered with a letter of congratulations. As the Pokémon craze spread across the globe in the late 1990s and early 2000s, the legend of the Illustrator card began to surface in collector circles. Stories of its rarity spread through magazines and early internet forums. The card slowly became a kind of myth, part history, part dream. When verified copies began to appear at auctions decades later, their prices rose beyond imagination. One pristine version sold for over $200,000, then $300,000. Eventually, in 2022, a copy reached over $5 million, making global headlines. But the Illustrator's magic was never just about value. It represents the soul of the Pokémon community, the belief that creativity and imagination are worth celebrating. Every child who ever drew their favorite Pokémon on notebook paper carries the same spirit the illustrator card was meant to honor. Its legacy echoes through modern collecting culture. Artists, both professional and fan-made, continue to draw Pikachu in countless styles. Pokémon Center stores worldwide host art exhibits and design contests inspired by that first event. When new sets are released, collectors still feel a sense of wonder, knowing that each card's art is part of a tradition that began with a contest for kids who simply love to draw. The illustrator also helped shape the way fans view Pokémon cards today, not just as tools for competition, but as art pieces that tell stories. The variety of Pikachu's illustrations over the decades, from watercolor to digital painting, from tranquil scenes to lightning storms, shows how a single character can express infinite moods. Even as new generations discover Pokémon, the legend of the Pikachu illustrator endures. It reminds collectors that rarity is not the point. Connection is. The thrill of opening a booster pack, the care of placing a card into a sleeve, the quiet awe of seeing that familiar yellow spark under the light, all of it traces back to that simple idea: Pokémon is for dreamers. Somewhere, perhaps in a display case or tucked away safely in an envelope, a Pikachu illustrator still rests. Its surface may shine like gold, but its real worth lives in the imagination. It continues to inspire a spark that began in the heart of a child and grew into a symbol cherished around the world. Chapter 28: Pikachu's Cultural Impact. The story of Pikachu is not confined to television screens, trading cards, or game cartridges. It lives in the rhythm of city streets, the laughter of children, and the shared language of nostalgia that connects people across generations. Over time, Pikachu has transcended its origins as a video game creature and become something far larger, a global symbol of kindness, curiosity, and hope. In Japan, Pikachu is more than a mascot. It is a cultural presence woven into daily life. It greets travelers at airports, smiles from posters and train stations, and decorates storefronts in every major city. Even government campaigns have featured its face, representing environmental awareness, safety, and friendship. Nowhere is this presence more celebrated than during the annual Pikachu outbreak in Yokohama, where hundreds of costumed Pikachu fill the streets with dance and joy. The sight of yellow waves moving through the crowd feels almost magical, a living reminder of how joy itself can be shared. Pikachu's influence has also reached far beyond Japan's borders. In the late 1990s, when Pokémon first appeared internationally, Pikachu became the face of a global movement. The anime, games, and trading cards introduced it to homes around the world. Children carried Pikachu lunchboxes to school, wore its image on shirts and hats, and imitated its cheerful cry, "Pika Pika." For many, it was their first experience with Japanese culture, sparking curiosity that later inspired study, travel, and creativity. The character's appeal lies in balance. Bright and brave, yet gentle and approachable. Pikachu has the expressiveness of a classic cartoon icon, like Mickey Mouse or Snoopy, but with an emotional depth born from modern storytelling. Its loyalty to Ash, its courage in battle, and its compassion toward others created an identity that transcends language. Whether spoken in Japanese, English, Spanish, or French, the name Pikachu sounds almost the same, a sound associated with warmth, comfort, and energy. Through the years, Pikachu has appeared in parades, concerts, and sporting events around the world. It has walked red carpets, visited the White House, and stood beside Olympic athletes. During international tournaments and cultural expos, it often serves as a goodwill ambassador for Japan, a small symbol representing friendship through play. In 2014, Japan's Ministry of Foreign Affairs officially appointed Pikachu, alongside Hello Kitty, as an ambassador for tourism and cultural exchange, a gesture that reflected its universal positivity. The fashion and art worlds have also embraced Pikachu. Designers from major brands have incorporated its image into clothing and accessories, while contemporary artists have reinterpreted it in paintings and installations. Its simple design, bright color, soft curves, expressive face, allows it to adapt effortlessly to any medium while keeping its essence intact. In galleries from Tokyo to New York, Pikachu is no longer just a pop culture figure. It is recognized as part of modern iconography, an emblem of joy that speaks to all ages. But perhaps Pikachu's most meaningful impact lies in how it brings people together. Pokémon centers around the world are not merely stores but meeting places for fans. Strangers share memories, trade cards, and speak the same quiet language of wonder. When families attend events like Pokémon Go Fest or the World Championships, Pikachu's presence acts as a uniting symbol, reminding everyone that fun and friendship belong to all generations. The endurance of Pikachu's influence comes from its heart. It represents optimism, empathy, and light qualities that people seek in uncertain times. When its small smile appears on screens or posters, it seems to carry reassurance that even the smallest spark can brighten a dark world. As night falls over cities where Pikachu glows softly in neon, or parades down illuminated streets, the sound of its cheerful Pika remains timeless. More than a mascot, it is a symbol of shared happiness, a reminder that in a world filled with noise and change, kindness and wonder still have power. Chapter 29: Pikachu, Around the World. Across continents and cultures, Pikachu's presence glows like a universal light, one that transcends language, tradition, and age. From busy cities to quiet rural towns, the sight of that small yellow Pokémon brings the same feeling everywhere: joy. It is not simply a mascot of entertainment, but a symbol of comfort, curiosity, and connection shared by millions who may never meet, but still smile for the same reason. In its home country of Japan, Pikachu is woven into everyday life. Its image appears on trains, buses, and shop signs, welcoming both travelers and locals with familiarity. Pikachu mascots greet children at festivals, dance through shopping districts, and wave from parade floats. Nowhere is this more visible than in Yokohama's annual Pikachu outbreak, where hundreds of Pikachu costumes fill the streets with synchronized movement and glowing lights. The event feels like a dream come to life: waves of yellow fur under street lamps, laughter blending with music, a sea of happiness that belongs to everyone who watches. In the United States, Pikachu became an ambassador of imagination the moment it arrived on television in 1998. The anime and games captured hearts instantly, and soon Pikachu was everywhere, on cereal boxes, backpacks, and birthday cakes. Its role in the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade cemented its place in American culture. For over 2 decades, the giant Pikachu balloon has floated through the skies of New York City each November, smiling down on millions who wave and cheer. It is a sight that bridges generations, parents and children alike looking up at the same symbol of joy. In Europe, Pikachu's charm spreads through festivals, events, and art. From the Pokémon Center pop-up in London to themed cafes in Paris, its energy brightens every setting. When the Pokémon World Championships are held, Pikachu appears at the entrance, waving to crowds from every corner of the globe. No matter the language spoken, everyone understands the emotion it carries. It is a reminder that happiness needs no translation. Across Asia, Pikachu continues to represent community and hope. In South Korea, Singapore, Thailand, and the Philippines, Pikachu appears in classrooms, parks, and city celebrations. Its face decorates airplanes and airport terminals, greeting travelers who have just landed. In Singapore's Jewel Changi Airport, a massive Pikachu statue welcomes guests beneath cascading waterfalls. A meeting of technology, nature, and imagination. In Latin America, Pikachu's spirit shines in the voices of local dubs, where its cry remains the same across Spanish and Portuguese versions. Children and adults gather in plazas and malls for Pokémon events, sharing games, cosplay, and laughter. It is remarkable how the same sound, Pika Pika, can mean exactly the same thing in every language: friendship. Through games like Pokémon Go, Pikachu has become a citizen of the entire planet. During global events, players across time zones see it appear on their screens, a spark linking thousands of lives in real time. People gather in parks, cheer when they find one, and share that moment with strangers who instantly become companions. For a brief instant, the world feels small and united. Even in quieter ways, Pikachu touches daily life. Plush toys rest on desks in offices, stickers decorate laptops, and t-shirts glow in neon shop windows. Artists sketch it, musicians remix its cry, and fans from all backgrounds carry it as a symbol of hope. Nations that differ in language and custom share this same image, a small creature with rosy cheeks and a smile that never fades. Wherever it goes, Pikachu brings the same message, that joy belongs to everyone. It reminds us that kindness travels farther than distance, and that wonder never needs translation. As night falls over cities across the world, Tokyo, New York, London, São Paulo, lights flicker in windows where Pikachu plushies rest beside sleeping children. Across oceans and continents, one sound connects them all: Pika, a soft spark of unity glowing quietly in the dark. Chapter 30: The Emotional Core. At the center of every story Pikachu has ever been part of lies something deeper than adventure or victory: emotion. From the moment it first refused its Pokeball to the tears it shed when Ash turned to stone, Pikachu has always represented the beating heart of Pokémon. Its story is not about power. It is about love, trust, and the invisible thread that binds trainer and Pokémon together. The emotional core of Pikachu's legacy begins in its first bond with Ash. At the start, they could not understand each other. Pikachu resisted every command, shocking Ash in defiance. But when danger came, when the flock of Spearow descended from the stormy sky, it chose to stand beside him. Ash threw himself in front of Pikachu to protect it, and Pikachu answered by unleashing all the electricity it had, driving the storm away. That moment defined them both. It showed that loyalty is earned, not commanded. As their journey continued, Pikachu became the constant in a world of change. Friends came and went. Regions passed by like seasons. Yet Pikachu always walked beside Ash, never needing to evolve to prove its worth. It was not the strongest Pokémon, but it was the truest reflection of what Pokémon was meant to be: companionship without condition. Episodes like Pikachu's goodbye revealed just how powerful that connection had become. When Ash decided to release Pikachu among wild Pokémon, the silence between them spoke more than any dialogue could. Pikachu's hesitation, its glances toward the forest and then back to Ash, carried a weight few moments in children's television have ever matched. When it finally ran back into Ash's arms, it reaffirmed the message that love, freely given, always finds its way home. That emotional honesty continued to define Pikachu's character through the years. It felt sorrow when Ash lost, joy when he triumphed, and empathy for every friend they met. Pikachu's ability to connect extended beyond its trainer. It comforted crying Pokémon, stood protectively before strangers, and smiled even in exhaustion. Through simple gestures and wordless moments, it communicated feelings that crossed language and age. The movies magnified this tenderness. In Mewtwo Strikes Back, Pikachu's tears became a symbol of compassion so powerful that they brought Ash back to life. In I Choose You, it whispered softly to Ash during their most desperate moment, its voice trembling with love. Those scenes reminded viewers that strength is not measured in battles, but in the willingness to feel. Fans across the world connected to Pikachu for that very reason. It reminded them of childhood friendships, beloved pets, or family bonds, those relationships that require no words, only care. Its soft cry, its tilt of the head, its willingness to comfort others made it feel alive in a way few fictional characters ever achieve. Even in victory, Pikachu's emotions remain humble. When Ash became the world champion, Pikachu didn't roar or pose. It simply leapt into his arms and closed its eyes, smiling as though the world had finally come full circle. That single moment summarized 25 years of storytelling, two souls who grew together, side by side. In the quiet after every adventure, Pikachu's emotional core endures. It is there when a fan replays the old games, when a collector opens a pack and finds its face, when a parent shows the anime to their child for the first time. Pikachu's spark is not just lightning, it is empathy. A reminder that connection is the real power we share. The emotion that runs through Pikachu's story is not sadness or joy alone. It is balance, a calm understanding that life changes, but bonds remain. In that truth, Pikachu becomes more than a mascot. It becomes a mirror, reflecting the love, loss, and hope that live quietly inside all of us. Its spark is not just seen, but felt, gentle, timeless, and endlessly bright. Chapter 31: Pikachu in the Pokémon Movies. From the very first feature film to the newest cinematic journeys, Pikachu has stood at the emotional heart of every Pokémon movie. It is more than a companion to Ash. It is the light that carries each story through moments of danger, wonder, and reflection. The films gave Pikachu room to express feelings that transcended television episodes, showing its bravery, loyalty, and compassion in ways that reached audiences around the world. The beginning came with Pokémon, the first movie, Mewtwo Strikes Back. In this landmark story, Pikachu's role was quiet but profound. When Ash turned to stone after sacrificing himself to stop the battle between clones and trainers, Pikachu's desperate attempts to revive him captured pure emotion. Its tears, joined by those of every Pokémon around it, restored Ash through love rather than strength. That moment redefined what Pokémon could be, not just adventure, but empathy. Many fans still recall the silence of the scene, the sobs of the Pokémon, and the spark that returned to life. In Pokémon the Movie 2000, The Power of One, Pikachu again played a pivotal role. As the legendary birds Articuno, Zapdos, and Moltres clashed and the world's balance crumbled, Pikachu stood by Ash's side through storm and fire. Even as lightning raged, it refused to back down, symbolizing hope amid chaos. When Lugia rose from the ocean depths, Pikachu's electricity illuminated the skies like a signal of unity between human and Pokémon. The third film, Spell of the Unknown, Entei, deepened Pikachu's emotional range. It supported Ash in his mission to save his mother from an illusionary world created by the unknown. Throughout the journey, Pikachu comforted the child Molly, who had lost her father, bridging the gap between human sorrow and Pokémon understanding. These scenes reminded audiences that courage is quiet and compassion is its truest form. As the movies expanded, so did Pikachu's presence. In Pokémon Heroes, it flew beside Latios and Latias through the glistening canals of Alto Mare, chasing villains through winding waterways. In Jirachi Wishmaker, it protected children's dreams beneath the stars. In Lucario and the Mystery of Mew, it stood steadfast when Ash was trapped between worlds, its loyalty shining even as ancient power tore the skies apart. The tradition continued across generations. Pikachu shared the screen with legendaries like Darkrai, Arceus, Victini and Zekrom. No matter how vast the myth or dangerous the foe, it always represented balance, a small creature facing impossible odds without fear. Its energy connected humans and Pokémon alike, often serving as the bridge that healed conflict and restored peace. When Pokémon I Choose You reimagined the beginning of Ash's journey, Pikachu again became the emotional core. This retelling captured the first bond between trainer and Pokémon, showing how friendship was born from struggle. In its most powerful moment, Pikachu spoke aloud for the first and only time, whispering softly to Ash in their final battle, "Because I always want to be with you." The line stunned audiences, bringing tears to those who had followed them for decades. In Detective Pikachu, the character took on a new form. Set in a separate universe, it spoke in human language, voiced by Ryan Reynolds, combining humor with heart. This Pikachu retained the warmth and curiosity that defined the original, exploring themes of family and rediscovery. The movie introduced a new generation to the charm of Pikachu, proving that its appeal transcended any single version or timeline. Across every film, Pikachu's constant role has been to remind the world of what truly matters. Whether standing beside Ash, soaring through storms, or comforting a lost friend, it embodies courage, empathy, and loyalty. Each story may feature grand battles or legendary Pokémon, but it is always Pikachu that gives those stories their heart. As the credits fade and the music swells, Pikachu's presence lingers. A small spark in the darkness of the theater, glowing with the same warmth that began it all. No matter the setting, no matter the world, Pikachu's role in the Pokémon movies remains the same, to remind us that even the smallest light can shine brightest when it carries love. Chapter 32: Pikachu and Ash's Final Journey. Every long story reaches a quiet moment when it pauses, not to end but to breathe. For Ash and Pikachu, that moment came after 25 years of traveling together. They had crossed regions, met countless friends, and faced the strongest opponents the world had to offer. When Ash finally became the world champion, fans wondered what could possibly come next. The answer was not a new battle or new power. It was peace. The final arc of Ash and Pikachu's journey in Pokémon Journeys and Aim to be a Pokémon Master marked the closing chapter of their shared adventure. After years of victories and lessons, Ash looked out at the horizon and realized that his story with Pikachu had always been about more than dreams of glory. Together, they had found what true mastery meant: understanding, love, and freedom. The last episodes opened with calm energy. There were no grand tournaments or climactic rivalries. Instead, there were walks through familiar forests, laughter among old friends, and quiet sunsets shared with Pokémon who had once traveled beside them. Pikachu remained at Ash's side, smiling softly, its sparks gentle, its presence comforting. For the first time, the journey slowed down enough for both of them to simply live. Each episode felt like a letter to the past. Ash and Pikachu reunited with Misty and Brock, their earliest companions. They visited places from their youth: the forests of Kanto, the bridges of Johto, the shores of Hoenn. Every stop carried memories. Pikachu often paused to look back, its eyes reflecting nostalgia. When it met Pokémon they had once said goodbye to, there was joy and longing in equal measure. The tone was tender, never rushed, as if both trainer and Pokémon were savoring the last few steps of a lifelong walk. Their relationship, so often defined by motion, finally became still. Pikachu's gaze toward Ash in those final episodes said everything: gratitude, love, and understanding. They didn't need words anymore. Every glance between them was filled with decades of shared history. Every laugh, every storm survived, every battle fought side by side. The final scene captured that quiet truth. Ash stood on a sunlit path near Pallet Town, his backpack over his shoulder, Pikachu perched as always. The narrator's words echoed the philosophy they had lived by. The world is a big place. You can meet anyone, and anything can happen. Ash smiled and looked to Pikachu, who answered with its familiar Pika. Their eyes met one last time before they took another step forward, not toward an ending, but toward endless possibility. For fans, the moment carried both closure and renewal. It was the farewell to a chapter that had defined a generation. Children who had grown up watching Ash and Pikachu now watched with their own families, recognizing in those final scenes a reflection of their own journeys. The series did not need grand farewells or dramatic speeches. It simply showed what Pokémon had always stood for: growth, friendship, and adventure without end. As the credits rolled, Pikachu's image lingered against the blue sky, its cheeks glowing faintly. It wasn't saying goodbye. It was saying thank you for the memories, the lessons, and the love shared between trainer and world alike. In that still moment, with wind brushing the grass and sunlight glinting on the horizon, the meaning of their story became clear. The greatest journey is not about how far you travel, but who you travel with. For Ash and Pikachu, that journey will never truly end. Somewhere, beneath an open sky, they are still walking together, calm, content, and forever home. Chapter 33. Pikachu's Symbolism in Pokémon Lore. Pikachu's place in Pokémon history is not only that of a companion or mascot. It is a living symbol, a gentle embodiment of the series' values and spirit. Within the lore of the Pokémon world, Pikachu represents more than electricity or evolution. It stands for connection, humility, and the idea that power shines brightest when guided by kindness. Across anime, games, and stories, Pikachu has become a mirror reflecting what Pokémon itself means. At its core, Pokémon has always been about relationships between trainer and Pokémon, between nature and humanity. Pikachu symbolizes this harmony perfectly. It is strong but not aggressive, loyal yet independent, cute yet courageous. Its refusal to evolve into Raichu, both in the anime and in various retellings, has long stood as a quiet metaphor for self-acceptance. Pikachu shows that one does not need to change form to achieve greatness. Growth can come from within. This theme first appeared in the episode Electric Shock Showdown, where Ash faced Surge's Raichu. Surge mocked Pikachu for being unevolved, claiming power could only come from evolution. Pikachu's defiance in that battle became one of the defining moments of the series. It refused the Thunderstone, fought on its own terms, and proved that heart and willpower could outshine brute strength. From that day forward, Pikachu became a symbol of integrity, the courage to stay true to oneself even under pressure. In the broader world of Pokémon lore, Pikachu also represents the relationship between humans and nature. Its electric power reflects balance, a force that can be both destructive and life-giving, much like lightning itself. When handled with care, it provides light and energy. When misused, it can harm. This delicate duality mirrors Pokémon's larger message about coexistence. Humanity's progress must always respect the living world. In the mythology of the series, Pikachu's species occupies a humble but essential role. They live in forests, forming small colonies that generate electricity in harmony with their surroundings. In episodes like Pikachu's Goodbye and Pikachu's Forest, they are shown as communal creatures, helping one another and celebrating life together. These moments, quiet and wordless, show Pokémon not as tools or possessions, but as a family of equals. Pikachu's symbolism also extends to emotion and empathy. It often acts as an emotional anchor, understanding pain and joy even without words. This role has roots in the earliest themes of Pokémon, that understanding others requires listening and patience. Pikachu's ability to sense feelings, to comfort both humans and Pokémon, embodies the heart of that philosophy. It teaches that kindness is its own kind of strength. Over time, Pikachu has become a mythic figure within the Pokémon universe itself. Statues, murals, and festival appearances within the games and anime depict it as a beloved creature of hope. In Alola, it is honored with regional dances and gifts. In Paldea and other regions, Pikachu often appears during celebrations, carrying the same meaning as a guardian spirit, small, friendly, and full of light. Even the bond between Pikachu and Ash has taken on near-legendary status within the world's lore. Other trainers recognize them as inseparable partners whose teamwork surpasses normal understanding. Their connection has inspired countless trainers in universe to seek the same harmony with their own Pokémon. In the end, Pikachu's symbolism rests not in its power or fame, but in its simplicity. It reminds us that greatness can come from small places, that friendship can bridge all divides, and that the spark of life itself is worth protecting. Within the vast tapestry of Pokémon lore, Pikachu shines as a soft but enduring light, one that guides every trainer toward the true meaning of the journey, compassion. That is why, decades after its creation, Pikachu remains the heart of Pokémon's mythology. It embodies the spark that connects the human world to the natural one, reminding us that the strongest energy is not lightning but love. Chapter 34. Pikachu's influence on other Pokémon. Every generation of Pokémon carries traces of Pikachu's spark. Since the day it first lit up television screens and trading cards, Pikachu's image has quietly shaped the designs, personalities, and even storylines of the Pokémon that followed. Its influence is woven into the franchise's DNA, not only through electric-type successors, but in the very way the world of Pokémon portrays companionship, courage, and joy. After Pikachu became the face of the franchise in the late 1990s, many new Pokémon were created with its charm in mind. Each generation introduced what fans affectionately call the Pikachu clone, a small, cute electric-type creature meant to capture similar appeal. Yet none of them were simple copies. Each carried its own distinct spark. In Johto came Pichu, the pre-evolved form of Pikachu, first appearing in Pokémon Gold and Silver. Pichu represented the beginning of the electric mouse line, playful, clumsy, and full of energy it could barely control. Its addition emphasized the idea of family and growth, showing that even icons start small. The Pichu Bros shorts and Pokémon Chronicles episodes gave them personality beyond the main story, full of humor and innocence that mirrored Pikachu's early days. Hoenn brought Plusle and Minion, twin electric types symbolizing teamwork and friendship. Their designs reflected Pikachu's rounded features and cheerful expressions, but they were distinct in purpose, their abilities boosting each other's power during double battles. Together, they embodied cooperation, a value Pikachu had modeled since its first adventures with Ash. Sinnoh's Pachirisu continued the tradition, lively and spirited, with bushy tails and endless enthusiasm. In the anime, Dawn's Pachirisu often echoed Pikachu's curiosity and energy, showing that the bond between trainer and Pokémon could transcend species. In Unova, Emolga took to the skies as a flying squirrel Pokémon, playful and mischievous. Its gliding movements and bright personality made it a symbol of freedom, a continuation of Pikachu's independence. Later, Kalos introduced Dedenne, perhaps the closest spiritual successor of all. Tiny and round with orange fur and gentle eyes, Dedenne was said to store energy in its whiskers like Pikachu's cheeks. It became a beloved companion of Clement and Bonnie, serving as both friend and comfort throughout Ash's Kalos journey. Alola's Togedemaru followed, resembling a chubby iron ball but sharing Pikachu's bravery and humor. Despite its size, it faced challenges without fear, often using its electric energy to defend others. In Galar, Morpeko appeared, a dual-natured Pokémon that shifted between cheerful and hungry forms, embodying both light and shadow. Even in Paldea, Palmy, the newest electric-type companion, carries the spirit forward, its design once again echoing the soft charm of Pikachu's lineage. Beyond their appearances, these Pokémon share something deeper, a reflection of the warmth that made Pikachu beloved. Each new electric companion carries part of that same emotional legacy: connection, loyalty, and heart. Their stories may differ, but the essence is the same: small creatures who face great challenges and win through friendship, not strength. Pikachu's influence also reaches non-electric Pokémon. Its emotional presence in the anime helped define how other Pokémon express personality and empathy. Creatures like Eevee, Rowlet, and Sobble inherited Pikachu's approachable spirit, becoming relatable companions who display both courage and vulnerability. The gentle humor and expressive eyes seen in so many Pokémon designs trace back to Pikachu's ability to convey emotion through silence. In the games, too, Pikachu's success shaped storytelling. The bond between player and partner Pokémon in Pokémon Let's Go, Pikachu reintroduced the idea of companionship as central to gameplay, a direct homage to the earliest anime bond between Ash and Pikachu. The legacy continues to grow. Every time a new region introduces its own small, cheerful electric type, it is not imitation but homage. Each one honors the spark that started it all, a reminder that even the simplest friendship can inspire generations. In the quiet forests of Kanto, Pikachu's cry still echoes, soft and familiar. Across oceans and regions, new Pokémon answer with their own voices, carrying that spark into the future. Together they form a living lineage of light, proof that the smallest spark can ignite endless worlds. Chapter 35: Pikachu's Design Evolution. The Pikachu the world knows today, round, soft, and irresistibly cute, was not always that way. Its design has changed subtly over the years, evolving with the franchise itself. Each adaptation, whether in the games, anime, or merchandise, reflects how Pikachu grew from a simple electric-type creature into a global symbol of warmth and joy. Yet through every adjustment, its essence has remained the same, a spark of friendliness glowing beneath bright yellow fur. When Pikachu first appeared in Pokémon Red and Green in 1996, its design was chubbier, with short limbs and a rounded body. It resembled a small, cuddly rodent, closer to a hamster than a mouse. The artwork, drawn by Ken Sugimori, emphasized softness and simplicity. Its cheeks were bright red, and its tail, shaped like a lightning bolt, had a small curve at the end. This early Pikachu was humble, even sleepy-looking, capturing the gentle charm that made players fall in love with it. The anime adaptation in 1997 introduced subtle but lasting changes. Under the direction of character designer Sayuri Ichishi, Pikachu's body became slimmer and more expressive. Its limbs lengthened slightly to allow greater movement and emotional range. The chubby forest creature became agile, capable of running, leaping, and showing complex feelings through its posture and eyes. This version, paired with voice actress Ikue Otani's endearing performance, became the definitive Pikachu. As the franchise entered the 2000s, Pikachu's design continued to refine. In Pokémon Ruby and Sapphire, official artwork and merchandise presented it with sleeker curves and larger, shinier eyes. The tail became sharper, emphasizing its electric nature. Its overall look grew more energetic, a reflection of how Pokémon itself had become faster-paced and more adventurous. The design team at Game Freak and the Pokémon Company maintained careful consistency, ensuring that every iteration of Pikachu still evoked softness and familiarity. When 3D models were introduced in Pokémon X and Y, Pikachu's fur took on a gentle texture, its cheeks glowing subtly under new lighting. The animation team gave it small breathing motions and blinks that made it feel alive, further deepening its emotional expressiveness. In the trading card game, the evolution of Pikachu's design tells a parallel story. Early cards showed it standing still in grassy fields, but later illustrations captured motion, weather, and emotion. Pikachu leaping through storms, curled in sleep, or playing with companions. Each artist interpreted it differently, yet every depiction retained the spark of innocence at its core. The film Detective Pikachu marked a milestone in visual design. For the first time, Pikachu appeared as a realistic creature with soft fur and tangible weight. Its fur shimmered with warmth under city lights, and its expressive face carried the same charm that had defined it for decades. The movie's success proved that Pikachu's design was timeless enough to cross from animation into realism without losing heart. Even the smallest adjustments across years, changes in color tone, tail angle, or facial proportion, reflect the story of a character that grew alongside its audience. Pikachu became more active as the series gained momentum, more expressive as storytelling deepened, and more graceful as technology advanced. Yet through all transformations, Pikachu never lost what made it beloved. Its round cheeks, lightning tail, and curious gaze remained untouched. Every design refinement, from sketch to 3D model, served a single purpose: to keep the spark of life shining inside it. Pikachu's evolution in design mirrors Pokémon's evolution as a cultural phenomenon. It began as a small creature drawn with simple lines, and became a world icon rendered in full cinematic detail, but its emotional truth never changed. It is still the same Pokémon that once refused its Pokéball, that stood bravely in the rain beside a young trainer, that smiled through triumphs and tears. Designs change, art styles evolve, but the feeling remains. Pikachu's face carries the same spark that has comforted millions, the timeless glow of friendship, hope, and gentle adventure. Chapter 36: Pikachu's Voice and Personality. Few sounds in the world of entertainment are as instantly recognizable as Pikachu's voice. A simple Pika Pika, or Pikachu, can evoke decades of memories, reaching across languages, cultures, and generations. Its voice is cheerful, curious, and full of feeling, a tone that captures innocence and emotion without ever needing translation. More than any line of dialogue, Pikachu's voice became the heartbeat of the Pokémon franchise, giving life to a character defined not by words, but by warmth. The voice behind Pikachu is Ikue Otani, a Japanese voice actress whose performance has remained consistent since the anime's debut in 1997. Her delivery is subtle yet expressive, using tone, pitch, and rhythm to communicate an entire emotional vocabulary. A single Pika can convey surprise, happiness, confusion, or sorrow. Through her skill, Pikachu speaks a universal language, one that even very young viewers can understand instantly. Otani's portrayal became so iconic that even in international dubs, Pikachu's Japanese voice was preserved. No matter where in the world someone watches, they hear the same gentle timbre. That decision created a rare continuity across translations, allowing Pikachu's personality to remain completely intact. The voice never belonged to one culture. It belonged to everyone. Pikachu's personality evolved alongside that voice. In its earliest episodes, it was mischievous and wary, often teasing Ash or shocking him out of frustration. But as their bond grew, so did Pikachu's maturity. Its mischief softened into affection, its independence balanced by loyalty. Over the years, Pikachu became thoughtful, empathetic, and calm under pressure. Yet it never lost its playful spark. Whether napping under trees, competing in battles, or sharing food with friends, it exudes joy in every gesture. This emotional range became one of the anime's greatest strengths. Pikachu could act without words, expressing everything through body language, the tilt of its head, the flick of its tail, or the way it leaned close to someone in need. Its reactions often mirrored Ash's feelings, grounding his adventures with humanity and heart. When Ash laughed, Pikachu's eyes sparkled. When Ash cried, Pikachu's ears drooped, and its voice trembled softly, matching the audience's emotion perfectly. Pikachu's personality also changed subtly depending on its surroundings. Around other Pokémon, it often acted as a leader or caretaker, guiding younger or timid creatures with patience. Around Team Rocket, it became fierce and focused, sparks flaring with determination. Yet even in conflict, it never showed cruelty, only resolve. That emotional steadiness helped define Pokémon's tone, a world where kindness could be strong and strength could be kind. In films and specials, Pikachu's voice carried immense emotional weight. Its cries in Mewtwo Strikes Back became an enduring moment of heartbreak and love. In I Choose You, the rare moment when Pikachu briefly spoke human words startled audiences, but the tone, fragile and sincere, reminded everyone how deeply it felt. Whether laughing in the shorts that preceded each movie, or comforting a frightened companion in a crisis, Pikachu's voice always guided the emotional rhythm of every scene. Beyond the anime, Pikachu's personality extended into games and spin-offs. In Pokémon Channel and Hey You Pikachu, its responses created a sense of genuine friendship between player and Pokémon. Later, Detective Pikachu reimagined the voice through Ryan Reynolds, playful, witty, and surprisingly heartfelt. Though drastically different from Otani's portrayal, the film's Pikachu still carried the same spirit, clever, caring, and courageous beneath the humor. Across every version, one thing never changes: Pikachu's sincerity. It doesn't speak in full sentences, yet it communicates everything through tone, movement, and heart. Its voice is laughter, empathy, and courage condensed into sound. That gentle energy is why Pikachu feels alive. It's not only drawn or animated, it's performed, lived through sound. When Pikachu calls to Ash in joy or sorrow, the world listens, and the years melt away. Its cry is more than a word. It is the echo of friendship itself, pure, timeless, and full of light. Chapter 37: Pikachu's Role in Modern Pokémon Media. As Pokémon entered the modern era, spanning digital platforms, live events, and global entertainment, Pikachu remained its steadfast center. Decades after its debut, it continues to adapt, not by changing who it is, but by reminding the world why it mattered in the first place. Pikachu bridges nostalgia and innovation, standing equally for childhood memory and modern creativity. Its presence anchors every new evolution of Pokémon media, ensuring that no matter how technology advances, the heart of the franchise remains familiar. In the 2020s, Pikachu became more visible than ever before through a combination of television, film, mobile gaming, and live experiences. The success of Detective Pikachu in 2019 introduced it to audiences who had never played a Pokémon game or watched the anime. Rendered in soft, realistic fur and voiced by Ryan Reynolds, this Pikachu blended humor and humanity while keeping its warmth intact. The film reminded global viewers that Pokémon was not only fantasy, it was a mirror for connection, love, and rediscovery. Meanwhile, the Pokémon anime expanded into new directions. In Pokémon Journeys and aimed to be a Pokémon master, Pikachu became both mentor and mirror, still playful but wiser, reflecting the long passage of time. New characters like Go and Chloe grew around it, and yet the spark never faded. Even after Ash and Pikachu's story concluded, their presence continued to echo in every new generation of animation. In 2023, a new anime series titled Pokémon Horizons the series debuted, marking a fresh beginning. While Ash's journey had ended, Pikachu remained, this time as Captain Pikachu, the partner of Frida, a bold airship pilot, exploring the world with a new group of adventurers. Though this Pikachu was not Ash's, its familiar charm instantly connected longtime fans and newcomers. Its confident smirk, small captain's hat, and loyal heart showed how Pikachu's essence could evolve without losing authenticity. Pikachu's adaptability extends beyond television. In gaming, its image continues to appear in nearly every major release. Pokémon Go keeps it active in everyday life, transforming real-world parks and cities into stages for adventure. During special events, millions of players gather to find unique Pikachu forms, ones wearing hats, flower crowns, or costumes celebrating global holidays. Each version feels like a joyful reminder of how Pokémon merges the digital and physical worlds. The Pokémon Let's Go Pikachu game on Nintendo Switch revived the feeling of companionship from the earliest anime episodes. Players could see Pikachu ride on their shoulder, interact through motion controls, and share small expressions of affection. Every smile, every cheer, every small Pika reinforced the same simple truth: the bond between trainer and Pokémon remains the heart of it all. In the trading card game, Pikachu continues to symbolize celebration and continuity. Special collections often feature it as the centerpiece, from the 25th anniversary celebrations set to modern collaborations with artists and brands. Each new printing seems to honor both history and the future, showing Pikachu in evolving art styles that reflect the passage of time while preserving its spark. Outside games and shows, Pikachu thrives as a digital ambassador. It stars in Pokémon Company's social media, appears in global esports tournaments, and headlines live events such as Pokémon Day and the World Championships. Mascot Pikachu costumes dance in opening ceremonies, their synchronized movements met with cheers and smiles. Wherever it appears, Pikachu signals not competition, but unity, the joy of shared passion. Even technology continues to shape how people interact with Pikachu. Smart assistants, augmented reality filters, and voice-activated toys let fans talk, laugh, and even take photos with it. These new formats turn nostalgia into living connection, the same spark, just expressed through modern light. Across all of this, Pikachu stands as a reminder that Pokémon's story is still unfolding. Whether as Ash's lifelong companion, freed his loyal Captain Pikachu, or a friend inside a player's pocket. It bridges the old and new. The face may appear on digital screens or plush toys, but the meaning remains timeless. Pikachu endures because it speaks a language that technology cannot replace, the quiet spark of friendship that lives in every heart, unchanged by time. Chapter 38. Pikachu and Global Events and Celebrations. Wherever Pokémon is celebrated, Pikachu is always at the center, smiling, waving, and radiating the gentle energy that unites people across the world. From parades and festivals to tournaments and anniversaries, Pikachu has become both the symbol and the spirit of celebration. Its presence turns every gathering into something brighter, transforming crowds of fans into a community connected by joy. In Japan, Pikachu's role in public events has grown into a beloved tradition. The most famous of these is the Pikachu Outbreak Festival in Yokohama, which began in 2014. What started as a simple marketing event quickly evolved into a nationwide phenomenon. Each summer, hundreds of costumed Pikachu fill the streets, dancing, marching, and greeting fans beneath banners of yellow and light. Entire parks are decorated with glowing Pikachu lanterns. At night, synchronized light shows and music turn the city into a dreamscape of movement and color. Children laugh, adults smile, and for a few days it feels as though everyone shares the same heartbeat. Other events across Japan carry that same spark. The Pokémon World Championships in Yokohama in 2023 featured Pikachu as the ambassador of welcome, greeting competitors from every continent. The event combined traditional culture with Pokémon spirit, taiko drums, fireworks, and parades led by dozens of Pikachu mascots, waving joyfully to the crowd. It was both spectacle and celebration, reminding visitors that Pokémon is more than a game. It is a bridge between cultures. In the United States, Pikachu's image has become an annual sight at the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade. The massive Pikachu balloon, with its cheerful face and rosy cheeks, first floated above New York City in 2001. Since then, it has appeared nearly every year, even receiving design updates, once carrying a Pokéball, later wearing a winter scarf and Santa hat. For millions watching at home, Pikachu's arrival in the parade signals the start of the holiday season. Pikachu's presence also lights up Pokémon's global competitive scene. During the World Championships, whether held in London, Washington, D.C., or Yokohama, Pikachu mascots walk among fans, take photos with children, and appear on stage during the opening ceremonies. These events, filled with players from dozens of countries, use Pikachu as a universal symbol of friendship and fair play. When it waves, the entire room cheers. Pikachu also plays a central role in Pokémon Day, the annual celebration of the franchise's anniversary each February 27th. On this day, special broadcasts, new announcements, and fan gatherings take place around the world. Pikachu appears in every form imaginable: dancing mascots in Tokyo, projected holograms in Seoul, parades in Los Angeles, and digital live streams watched by millions online. Each year, the festivities remind fans of how far Pokémon has come, and how the same cheerful character has been part of every milestone along the way. Even sporting events have embraced Pikachu's presence. During international tournaments like the FIFA World Cup or the Olympics, Pikachu has appeared as an honorary ambassador for Japan. Dressed in athletic uniforms or traditional attire, it represents not competition but camaraderie, the belief that shared enthusiasm can cross all borders. In recent years, technology has expanded how Pikachu participates in celebrations. Augmented reality shows allow fans to see Pikachu appear beside them through smartphones, dancing on city streets or waving during concerts. During nighttime drone performances in Tokyo, Hundreds of glowing Pikachu outlines filled the sky, creating constellations of light that moved in harmony to music. Everywhere Pikachu appears, the effect is the same: happiness. It transforms large gatherings into moments of warmth and togetherness. Whether seen from afar as a balloon in the sky or up close as a plush mascot hugging a child, Pikachu embodies the emotional heartbeat of the Pokémon brand. Its presence in global celebrations carries a message that transcends language. Joy shared is joy multiplied. For decades, it has lit up festivals, games, and hearts alike, always reminding the world that even amid crowds and noise, the quiet spark of kindness can still be felt. When Pikachu waves, it doesn't just greet fans, it invites them to believe again in the magic of connection. Chapter 39: Pikachu as a Global Ambassador. Over time, Pikachu has grown beyond its role as a character. It has become a symbol, one of friendship, joy, and cultural connection. Across continents, Pikachu serves as a cheerful bridge between people and nations. It represents the values of Pokémon itself: kindness, discovery, and the belief that the world is brighter when shared. As a global ambassador, Pikachu stands for more than nostalgia. It stands for unity. In 2014, Japan's Ministry of Foreign Affairs formally appointed Pikachu, alongside Hello Kitty, as an ambassador for tourism and cultural exchange. The announcement reflected what millions already knew, that Pikachu was loved in every country, a gentle messenger capable of spreading goodwill across borders. Its smiling face appeared on travel posters, airport banners, and international event materials, encouraging visitors to experience Japan's creativity and warmth. Since then, Pikachu has appeared at World Expos, diplomatic celebrations, and sporting events, always carrying the same gentle message: joy transcends language. When it waves on stage beside national flags, people of all ages smile. Its charm softens formality, turning ceremonies into shared moments of light-hearted connection. In a world that can often feel divided, Pikachu's small gestures, a tilt of the head, a cheerful Pika, remind everyone of what unites them. The Pokémon Company has embraced this ambassadorial role fully. Pikachu regularly features in international campaigns promoting friendship, education, and environmental awareness. During Japan's Cool Japan initiative, Pikachu appeared as a representative of modern culture, symbolizing how creativity can bring nations together. Its design appeared on trains, airplanes, and tourism materials, blending traditional art with modern playfulness. Airlines such as All Nippon Airways and later Pokémon Air Adventures transformed Pikachu into a literal ambassador of travel. Entire airplanes were wrapped in Pikachu-themed artwork, their cabins decorated with smiling faces and bright yellow accents. As these planes crossed oceans, they became flying symbols of friendship, connecting Tokyo, Honolulu, Singapore, and beyond. For travelers, boarding those flights felt like stepping into the world of Pokémon itself, where adventure began the moment the engines started. Pikachu has also served as an ambassador in humanitarian efforts. After natural disasters, mascots appeared at shelters and charity events to comfort children, reminding them of safety and hope. Its presence carries no politics, no boundaries, only warmth. Hospitals, schools, and communities have welcomed Pikachu mascots who visit to brighten long days with laughter and kindness. At major global gatherings, Pikachu continues to represent Japan with grace. During the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games, merchandise and promotional events featured Pikachu dressed in red and white uniforms. Its image appeared beside other cultural icons, standing not as a corporate brand, but as a symbol of unity through play. Even in serious moments, Pikachu's presence brings softness, its very appearance, a reminder that joy is part of humanity's shared language. The ambassadorial role extends into environmental awareness too. Pikachu has appeared in campaigns encouraging recycling, forest preservation, and respect for nature, fitting for a Pokémon whose electric energy symbolizes natural balance. In some regions, community cleanup days and conservation events have been led by volunteers in Pikachu costumes, spreading messages of care with smiles instead of speeches. Through all of these roles, Pikachu never speaks words of diplomacy or policy, yet it communicates with unmatched power. Its expression conveys empathy. Its wave extends friendship. Its spark lights the imagination of children and adults alike. It proves that even in a vast and complex world, kindness can travel without translation. Today, Pikachu remains Japan's most recognizable pop culture ambassador, but its reach goes far beyond national borders. It has become a citizen of the world, a bright, constant presence in festivals, airports, classrooms, and screens everywhere. Whether greeting travelers at Narita Airport or appearing at the Pokémon World Championships in London, Pikachu's purpose remains unchanged: to remind us that play, curiosity, and connection are what make the world feel alive. As the sun sets on another event and the crowd's cheers fade, Pikachu turns, smiles, and waves one more time. The message is simple, carried softly through that familiar cry. Pika. It means welcome. It means thank you. It means we're all connected, no matter where we come from or where our journeys lead. Chapter 40. Pikachu in Art and Merchandise. From canvas paintings to collectible toys, Pikachu has inspired one of the largest and most diverse collections of art and merchandise in modern culture. It is not only the face of Pokémon, but also a muse for creativity, a character whose shape, color, and emotion have been reinterpreted endlessly, while always remaining unmistakably itself. Pikachu's bright yellow form and gentle smile have traveled from sketchbooks to store shelves, from digital screens to gallery walls, touching hearts through both art and play. In Japan, the Pokémon Company has long treated Pikachu not just as a mascot, but as a living part of design culture. Its image appears on nearly every kind of product imaginable: clothing, stationery, kitchenware, plush toys, electronics, and even trains. Yet what makes Pikachu merchandise special is not its quantity, but its craftsmanship. Pokémon Center stores across the country carefully curate collections that change with the seasons, presenting Pikachu in new moods and costumes, wearing kimonos during spring festivals, dressed as Santa for winter holidays, or even relaxing in summer yukata surrounded by flowers. Each design tells a small story, transforming a simple toy into a reflection of everyday joy. Artists have found infinite inspiration in Pikachu's simplicity. Its rounded form, expressive eyes, and lightning tail offer endless possibilities for reinterpretation. Contemporary artists have painted Pikachu in classical Japanese ukiyo-e style, sculpted it in glass, and even recreated it in full-scale installations for museum exhibitions. Pikachu's ability to embody both innocence and power has made it a universal subject of artistic exploration, a character that invites reinterpretation while retaining its original charm. The Pokémon Art Academy game and related workshops encouraged fans to learn how to draw Pikachu themselves, emphasizing creativity over perfection. Children around the world have filled sketchbooks with Pikachu doodles, sometimes uneven, sometimes messy, but always full of love. This too is part of its legacy, a symbol that belongs to everyone who dares to create. In fashion, Pikachu has become a global design icon. Collaborations with brands like Uniqlo, Adidas, and Gucci brought Pokémon into the world of style, combining nostalgia with sophistication. High-end collections featuring minimalist Pikachu silhouettes proved that playfulness and elegance could coexist. In each design, the message remained the same, that joy can be art, and that childhood wonder can live comfortably beside modern aesthetics. Collectible merchandise tells another side of Pikachu's story. Plush toys of every size, from tiny keychain companions to life-sized replicas, fill homes across the world. Limited edition figures, including those from Funko Pop and Bear Brick collaborations, often sell out within minutes. Artists and sculptors have reimagined Pikachu in countless forms, from chibi to metallic, from soft pastel to dynamic battle poses. Each one serves as a reminder that even in physical form, Pikachu's spark never fades. The trading card game, too, has blended art and merchandise through Pikachu. Some cards are hand-illustrated with delicate watercolor brushwork, others with digital brilliance and dynamic motion. Collectors treat them like miniature works of art, framing their favorites as though they were paintings. The Illustrator card and modern full-art Pikachu card stand as symbols of how Pokémon transformed commercial art into something deeply personal and emotional. Even in everyday life, Pikachu's influence surrounds people quietly. Its face appears on lunchboxes, mugs, phone cases, and notebooks, gentle reminders of comfort in daily routines. In schools, hospitals, and offices, a small Pikachu figure often sits by a desk or window, offering a spark of cheer. Unlike most mascots, Pikachu feels alive even in stillness. Its design captures warmth in a way that turns objects into companions. Around the world, exhibitions dedicated to Pokémon art continue to grow. Shows like Pokémon X Koge display handcrafted Pikachu ceramics, textiles, and sculptures made by Japanese artisans. These exhibitions honor Pokémon, not just as entertainment, but as cultural art, proof that the line between play and beauty has always been thin. Every generation of fans contributes to this living collection. Children draw it, artists reinterpret it, collectors treasure it, and designers weave it into new forms. Through all of it, Pikachu remains the same, simple, bright, and full of heart. In the end, Pikachu's role in art and merchandise mirrors its role in the world, to bring people together through shared delight. Whether painted on silk or printed on a t-shirt, sculpted from bronze or stitched from fabric, it carries the same spark of joy that began in Kanto so many years ago. Art changes, fashion evolves, trends come and go, but Pikachu's smile remains timeless, creative, and endlessly inspiring. Chapter 41. Pikachu and Fashion and Design Collaborations. Over the years, Pikachu has stepped beyond the world of games and television to become a true cultural icon in fashion and design. Its clean, joyful aesthetic has made it a natural fit for both playful streetwear and sophisticated art collaborations. Pikachu represents more than nostalgia. It represents creative optimism. Designers across the world have found inspiration in its simple form, electric color palette, and universal appeal, transforming it into a symbol that connects generations through style. Japan has always been at the heart of Pikachu's fashion evolution. The Pokémon Center stores, known for their careful design sense, regularly release limited edition clothing lines that treat Pikachu not as a cartoon, but as a piece of design history. Minimalist prints, embroidered silhouettes, and textured fabrics reimagine Pikachu in ways that feel elegant and modern. Fans line up outside stores for these seasonal collections, knowing that each release feels like a celebration of craftsmanship and creativity. Global fashion brands soon followed. In 2019, the Pokémon Company partnered with Gucci and the North Face to create cross-generational collections that combined outdoor style with nostalgic imagery. Pikachu appeared on jackets, bags, and sneakers, its familiar face placed within bold new contexts. The collaborations balance luxury with childhood memory, showing that something as simple as a smile could transcend trends. Uniqlo, one of Japan's most beloved clothing brands, has repeatedly featured Pikachu in its UT graphic t-shirt series. Each wave of designs introduces a different artistic interpretation, sometimes bold and colorful, sometimes subtle and abstract. These shirts have become collectible pieces in their own right, capturing the timeless blend of accessibility and artistry that defines Pokémon's global charm. Streetwear culture also embraced Pikachu. Brands like A Bathing Ape, Bay and Fragment Design incorporated Pikachu into capsule collections that blended urban design with playful nostalgia. Pikachu silhouettes appeared alongside camouflage patterns and modern topography, bridging childhood joy with contemporary edge. Each drop sold out quickly, proving that the world's most recognizable Pokémon could thrive in the same spaces as high fashion. In Western markets, Pikachu's collaborations have been equally influential. Adidas released sneaker collections featuring electric-type details and subtle Pikachu motifs, while Levi's introduced denim jackets and jeans adorned with retro Pokémon artwork. These collections evoked the late 1990s, the era when Pokémon first captured hearts worldwide, while updating it with modern tailoring and quality. Pikachu stood not as a brand mascot, but as a cultural touchstone, reminding people of where their love for creativity began. Pikachu has also appeared in the world of jewelry and accessories. Fine gold necklaces, silver pendants, and gemstone-encrusted pieces, designed by luxury studios like U-Treasure in Japan, highlight Pikachu's softer, more elegant side. These creations celebrate the Pokémon not as a toy, but as an enduring artistic motif, one that carries both warmth and sophistication. Design exhibitions have further elevated Pikachu into the realm of fine art. Events such as Pokémon X Koge showcase collaborations between the Pokémon Company and traditional Japanese artisans, ceramicists, metalworkers, and textile artists. Pikachu appears carved into porcelain, woven into silk, and sculpted from lacquered wood. These interpretations blend centuries-old craft with contemporary imagination, treating Pikachu not as commercial imagery, but as cultural heritage. Beyond fashion and fine art, Pikachu's presence also influences product design and architecture. Pokémon-themed cafes feature minimalist, nature-inspired interiors where Pikachu appears subtly through design motifs, not as decoration, but as atmosphere. From limited edition watches to designer furniture, Pikachu's influence radiates quietly, always bringing a hint of playfulness to elegant design. These collaborations demonstrate a truth that transcends the brand itself. Pikachu is not bound to one medium or audience. It can appear on a silk scarf or a hoodie, a mural or a sneaker, and still mean the same thing: happiness. Its form is so iconic, so balanced, that it fits naturally within any artistic vision. The staying power of these designs lies in emotion. Wearing or displaying Pikachu is not simply fashion, it is a memory, a feeling of warmth carried forward through creative expression. Whether walking down a runway in Paris or through a bustling city street in Tokyo, Pikachu continues to prove that joy itself is timeless design. Chapter 42: Pikachu in Music and Performance. Music has always been one of the most powerful ways to express emotion in the Pokémon world, and Pikachu has played a bright, joyful role in that symphony. From the earliest anime openings to full concerts, live events, and digital performances, Pikachu's presence in music captures the same feelings it embodies everywhere else: happiness, energy, and connection. Its voice, rhythms, and appearances remind audiences that Pokémon is not only seen, but also heard, felt, and shared. In Japan, Pikachu has long been part of the Pokémon music tradition. The original anime's opening theme, aimed to be a Pokémon master, debuted in 1997 and became an anthem for an entire generation. Though Pikachu never sang a line, its cheerful cries throughout the series made the song feel alive. Each Pika punctuated the beat, turning its voice into an instrument of nostalgia. The sound carried excitement and friendship in equal measure, instantly recognized even decades later. As the series expanded, Pikachu began appearing in musical shorts and dedicated performances. The Pikachu's Jukebox segments of the late 1990s featured upbeat remixes of classic Pokémon songs, often accompanied by animations of Pikachu dancing or playing instruments. These light-hearted moments aired between episodes, giving young viewers a way to sing along and smile. In the 2000s, Pikachu's musical journey continued through live concerts and multimedia events. The Pokémon Company launched stage shows featuring Pikachu mascots dancing in sync with choreographed lights and pop music. The most famous of these, the Pikachu Dance Show series, became a viral phenomenon, blending cute choreography with catchy electronic beats. Videos of dozens of Pikachu mascots dancing in perfect rhythm beneath neon lights spread across the internet, bringing laughter to audiences worldwide. During anniversary celebrations, music became a bridge between generations. The 25th anniversary of Pokémon in 2021 included an entire global album titled Pokémon 25 The Album, featuring artists such as Katy Perry, Post Malone, and J Balvin. Though Pikachu didn't sing, it appeared prominently in the promotional art and music videos. Each song celebrated the spirit of Pokémon discovery, connection, and optimism, with Pikachu as its glowing muse. Post Malone's virtual concert, held in a fully animated Pokémon world, featured Pikachu and other Pokémon dancing and floating through ethereal digital landscapes. The event blended technology, nostalgia, and artistry into one shared musical memory. In Japan, special performances like Pikachu Outbreak Live fused traditional and modern culture. Hundreds of costumed Pikachu danced under synchronized lights, while musicians performed live, blending taiko drumming, pop rhythms, and digital projections. The show's choreography turned Pikachu into part of the music itself, the tempo visible in every movement of its paws and tail. Audiences didn't just watch, they felt the rhythm through shared excitement. Even outside official events, Pikachu's voice has become an instrument of creativity. Remix artists and composers around the world have sampled its iconic cry in electronic tracks and orchestral pieces. Whether used playfully or with reverence, that familiar Pika sound carries an emotional resonance that no other voice can replicate. It reminds listeners of childhood mornings, friendship, and laughter, the true melody of Pokémon. In live orchestral tours such as Pokémon Symphonic Evolutions and Pokémon in Concert, Pikachu serves as the emotional centerpiece of performances. Projected on screen above full symphonies, it appears during moments of triumph or reflection, its small gestures timed perfectly with sweeping musical crescendos. The audience's reaction is always the same: smiles, tears, and applause. It feels less like watching a show and more like reuniting with an old friend. Even smaller moments carry music into Pikachu's world. Toys that sing lullabies, plush figures that hum when hugged, and mobile apps that let fans record Pikachu's voice all turn sound into intimacy. For children, these soft melodies form some of their earliest musical memories, gentle sparks of joy that shape the way they experience sound itself. Music has always been how Pokémon expresses emotion, and Pikachu stands at its heart. Whether leading a stage full of dancing mascots or chirping softly at the end of an orchestral piece, it transforms sound into feeling. Through rhythm and voice, Pikachu reminds the world that happiness is something you can hear, bright, gentle, and alive with every beat of its spark. Chapter 43: Pikachu in Television and Media Appearances Outside Pokémon. Over the decades, Pikachu's bright yellow fur and friendly face have traveled far beyond the boundaries of the Pokémon universe. It has appeared on talk shows, award ceremonies, documentaries, and even news broadcasts, not as a fictional character, but as a genuine cultural figure. Pikachu's image has become shorthand for warmth and nostalgia, instantly recognized in homes across the world, whether or not the viewer has ever played a Pokémon game. In Japan, Pikachu regularly appears on national television during special events and celebrations. Morning programs and variety shows often feature Pikachu mascots as cheerful guests, dancing with hosts or waving to children at home. During major Pokémon anniversaries, Pikachu often opens broadcasts with lighthearted segments that include trivia, interviews, and musical numbers. These appearances are less promotional than they are communal, moments designed to make viewers smile at the start of their day. Pikachu's presence also extends to televised parades and ceremonies. It has marched through live television coverage of Yokohama's Pikachu outbreak, its synchronized movements carefully broadcast to audiences across Japan. During New Year's and holiday specials, Pikachu sometimes appears alongside other mascots, representing Japanese culture, embodying the balance between tradition and modern joy. In those moments, Pikachu feels less like a brand and more like a national friend. Internationally, Pikachu has made numerous appearances in Western television as well. During the height of Pokémon's global popularity in the late 1990s, Pikachu appeared on talk shows and morning programs such as Good Morning America and The Today Show, often alongside life-size mascots or human-sized plush figures. Children waved signs from the crowd, shouting "Pika," while anchors smiled, acknowledging the Pokémon that had captivated a generation. Throughout the years, Pikachu has also made cameo appearances in pop culture and entertainment award shows. It has appeared on the red carpet at the Kids' Choice Awards and the MTV Movie Awards, often interacting with celebrities and fans. At the height of the Detective Pikachu movie's release, the character even participated in late-night interviews, its fur brought to life through animatronics and digital artistry, charming both hosts and audiences with expressive gestures. News coverage has also frequently spotlighted Pikachu. Whether appearing in segments about gaming culture, collectible card trends, or global fan conventions, Pikachu is often used as the face of the Pokémon phenomenon. Footage of Pikachu greeting crowds or waving from parades accompanies stories about creativity, nostalgia, and community, always presented with affection rather than irony. Pikachu has even crossed into documentary storytelling. In cultural retrospectives about Japan's soft power and global influence, it is often featured alongside icons like Hello Kitty and Mario. Scholars and artists discuss how its design and demeanor represent the Japanese ideal of kawaii, cuteness as both comfort and connection. Documentaries produced by networks like NHK, BBC, and National Geographic have featured Pikachu as a cultural ambassador, explaining how a single character helped define the aesthetic language of modern entertainment. In children's programming, Pikachu often appears in crossover moments or charity specials. For example, during educational television events in Japan, it has been shown promoting kindness, exercise, and environmental awareness. Pikachu's friendliness and simple design make it approachable to children everywhere, a trusted figure who encourages laughter and care. Even the world of sports and news has embraced Pikachu's image. During the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games, Pikachu appeared in televised segments as part of Japan's cultural celebrations, representing unity and playfulness on the world stage. Viewers saw Pikachu mascots waving Japanese flags, smiling beside athletes, and cheering in broadcasts viewed by millions. Pikachu's presence across all forms of television reflects its unique position as both entertainment and emotion. It bridges generations of viewers, children discovering Pokémon for the first time, parents remembering the early games, and grandparents who simply enjoy the smile it brings. Wherever Pikachu appears, it carries an aura of comfort. The camera doesn't just capture a mascot. It captures a feeling, one of familiarity, optimism, and quiet warmth. In a world full of fast-changing media, Pikachu remains a rare constant. Whether glowing on a morning show, dancing through a parade, or simply waving at the camera, it brings the same message to every screen: joy belongs to everyone. Chapter 44: Pikachu's Role in Education and Community Outreach. Beyond battles and adventures, Pikachu has quietly become a teacher. Across the world, its friendly face appears in classrooms, museums, hospitals, and community events, not just as a mascot, but as a partner in learning. The Pokémon Company and its collaborators have long understood Pikachu's unique ability to reach children and adults alike. Its warmth turns lessons into stories, and its energy turns education into play. Through countless outreach efforts, Pikachu continues to share one simple message: curiosity is the beginning of discovery. In Japan, Pikachu frequently appears in school programs and public campaigns designed to encourage safety, health, and environmental awareness. The Ministry of Education has used Pokémon-themed lessons and booklets to teach children about recycling, manners, and respect for nature. Pikachu's image often leads these efforts because its expression conveys both kindness and approachability. When Pikachu appears on a classroom poster or workbook, students listen not out of obligation but out of joy. Community outreach extends far beyond education. After natural disasters, costumed Pikachu mascots have visited shelters and recovery centers to comfort children affected by loss. Their soft movements, bright colors, and gentle voices bring brief moments of peace amid hardship. In hospitals across Japan and abroad, Pikachu plush toys and decor often fill children's wards, their smiles offering courage to young patients. The goal is simple: to remind them that they are never alone. Museums and cultural centers also use Pikachu to inspire curiosity about science and art. Exhibits like Pokémon Science at the Miraikon National Museum of Emerging Science and Innovation in Tokyo invite families to explore electricity, biology, and ecosystems through Pokémon examples. Pikachu's electric abilities become an engaging way to teach real-world physics and energy concepts. The lessons encourage questions. What is static electricity? How do living things produce power? Pikachu becomes the spark that lights understanding. The Pokémon Company has partnered with local governments and nonprofits to promote wellness initiatives. Pikachu leads fitness campaigns, encouraging children to walk, explore, and play outdoors. Pokémon Go events often include health-focused goals, turning daily exercise into community activity. When participants see Pikachu leading the event, whether on banners or in mascot form, they smile and move a little faster. It transforms effort into adventure. Educational programs have expanded internationally as well. In the United States and Europe, schools have incorporated Pokémon-themed reading and math challenges, using Pikachu as a reward system or motivator for younger students. In Asia, Pikachu participates in literacy programs, community libraries, and public reading sessions, its presence transforming learning into a shared experience. Teachers often describe its effect the same way. Pikachu makes the room brighter. Pikachu also supports environmental outreach. In coastal regions of Japan, local governments and volunteers host Pikachu cleanup days, where mascots join families to pick up litter on beaches and parks. Children run forward to help, eager to join Pikachu's effort. What could have been a routine task becomes a celebration of teamwork. The lesson lasts long after the event. Caring for the planet can be fun when done together. Even digital education has embraced Pikachu. Online learning resources use its image in interactive lessons about electricity, ecosystems, and Japanese culture. Educational YouTube channels and apps include short Pikachu animations that guide children through puzzles or creative tasks. The familiar voice and gentle music create calm focus, making learning feel safe and enjoyable. Through these programs, Pikachu has proven that teaching is not only about information, it is about connection. Its image creates a bridge between instructors and students, between message and meaning. When children see Pikachu's kind expression, they feel seen and supported. This outreach continues to evolve. From classrooms to clinics, from beaches to digital screens, Pikachu stands quietly as a symbol of learning through compassion. Its spark doesn't just light battles, it lights understanding. In a world that can sometimes feel complicated, Pikachu's role reminds us of something simple and beautiful. Education thrives when it feels like friendship. When lessons are given with warmth and curiosity, knowledge sticks, just as Pikachu's smile has stayed with generations. The same spark that powers its thunderbolt now powers minds. One gentle Pika at a time. Chapter 45. Pikachu and Technology. Since the beginning of Pokémon, Pikachu has symbolized the meeting point between nature and technology. A living creature powered by electricity, yet full of emotion and life. As technology evolved, so did Pikachu's role within it. From handheld consoles to augmented reality, Pikachu became both subject and companion of innovation, guiding generations through every new medium. In many ways, the history of Pikachu is also the history of how people learn to connect through technology with something that feels truly alive. It began in 1996 with the Game Boy. On its small green screen, Pikachu flickered in simple pixels, yet the connection it created felt powerful. Players imagined warmth in its smile and personality in its movements. As the technology advanced through Pokémon Yellow, Pikachu began to follow the player on screen, creating a digital bond that mirrored Ash's relationship with Pikachu in the anime. That small act, a Pokémon walking beside its trainer, became one of the most emotionally resonant features in gaming. In the 2000s, as consoles and handheld devices became more advanced, Pikachu grew more expressive. On the Nintendo 64, Hey You Pikachu invited players to speak directly to their companion through a microphone accessory. It was one of the earliest examples of voice interactive gaming. Players could call Pikachu by name, give it simple commands, or just talk, and it would respond with expressive gestures and cheerful cries. While primitive by modern standards, the game captured something timeless, the feeling of being understood by a friend made of light and sound. The Pokémon Channel and Pokémon Dash games on the GameCube and Nintendo DS continued this trend, allowing players to interact with Pikachu through touch and motion. The DS stylus let players pet, feed, and play with Pikachu, another step toward bridging imagination and reality. By the time Pokémon X and Y introduced 3D models, Pikachu's fur shimmered with subtle textures, and its animations showed breathing, blinking, and emotion. The line between digital and living began to blur. The greatest leap came in 2016, with Pokémon Go. Suddenly, Pikachu was no longer confined to screens. Through smartphones and augmented reality, players could see it appear in their own neighborhoods, resting in parks, hiding behind benches, or floating in the air beside them. Technology had transformed Pikachu from a virtual pet into a shared experience that united millions. Families explored together, strangers became friends, and cities glowed with small digital sparks of adventure. Pikachu's presence in Pokémon Go remains a symbol of how technology can inspire real-world connection rather than isolation. Artificial intelligence and smart technology have continued to bring Pikachu closer to daily life. Smart toys and voice-activated assistants now feature interactive Pikachu personalities. The Pokémon Pikachu Talk app allows users to converse with it through cheerful banter and sound effects. Electronic plush toys respond to touch and voice, lighting up their cheeks and giggling in response. Even home devices like Alexa have included Pikachu skills, greeting users with bright Pika Pika mornings. These innovations give technology a heart, something that feels friendly, gentle, and alive. Pikachu's digital evolution reached a new milestone in Detective Pikachu. Combining high-end CGI with expressive animation and voice performance, the film proved that technology could make Pokémon feel tangible. Audiences saw the texture of its fur, the reflection in its eyes, and the subtle shifts in emotion, all through the lens of cutting-edge motion capture and rendering. Technology had finally caught up with imagination, making Pikachu's warmth visible in every frame. The Pokémon Company continues to explore new forms of interaction. Virtual reality experiences and augmented exhibitions allow visitors to walk beside life-sized Pikachu projections that move and respond naturally. The Pokémon Sleep app, released to encourage better rest, uses sensors to track sleep while showing Pikachu dozing beside the user. A gentle, comforting companion even in quiet hours. Pikachu's presence in technology also reflects a broader truth about design philosophy. Unlike many digital icons, it never feels mechanical. Its spark represents balance, energy that supports, not overwhelms. Every new piece of technology featuring Pikachu retains a sense of empathy and care. Its digital existence feels human because it mirrors the emotion of its audience. Today, Pikachu stands as one of the most successful examples of how technology and storytelling can coexist. From the pixels of the Game Boy to the augmented skies of Pokémon Go, it has guided generations through the evolution of interactivity. With every new platform, Pikachu adapts not to show off what technology can do, but to remind people why they use it, to connect, to feel, and to dream. As the world moves toward artificial intelligence, holograms, and immersive realities, Pikachu will likely continue to evolve, glowing softly in every new dimension. Yet no matter how advanced the medium becomes, its purpose will stay the same: to make technology feel alive, and to make life feel a little more magical. Chapter 46: Pikachu's Impact on Global Pop Culture. Few fictional characters have crossed as many borders, languages, and generations as Pikachu. What began as a small electric-type Pokémon in a Game Boy game has become one of the most recognizable icons in the world. Pikachu's face appears on billboards, clothing, airplanes, and even postage stamps. It is both a mascot and a memory, a shared symbol of joy that connects millions of people through nostalgia and imagination. Pikachu is no longer just part of pop culture. It is pop culture. In the late 1990s, when Pokémon exploded internationally, Pikachu became the brand's ambassador to the world. Television screens from Tokyo to New York, filled with its bright yellow fur and cheerful voice. Children carried plush toys in lunchboxes, while parents recognized it as the friendly face of a global phenomenon. The Pokémon anime played daily in dozens of countries, introducing Pikachu as more than a character. It was the emotional center of the story, the link between human and Pokémon worlds. Pikachu's influence quickly expanded into advertising and marketing. Major companies used it to represent energy, optimism, and fun. From cereal boxes and school supplies to car commercials, Pikachu's image symbolized positivity without words. In Japan, it was featured on official postage stamps, train lines, and even public service campaigns promoting kindness and safety. Its visual simplicity made it universally understandable, a language of color and expression that transcended culture. In the United States, Pikachu helped define the late 1990s cultural boom. It appeared on the cover of Time magazine in 1999, under the headline Pokémon: The New Global Craze. That cover cemented its status as a generational icon. For many children, it represented wonder and adventure. For adults, it was a glimpse of the growing influence of Japanese media worldwide. Pikachu's expression, cheerful but calm, perfectly captured the innocence that made Pokémon feel wholesome and timeless. Throughout the 2000s, Pikachu continued to weave itself into every medium imaginable. It appeared at the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade, starred in video games across every Nintendo console, and inspired artwork, songs, and comedy sketches. It was referenced in television shows like The Simpsons, South Park, and Saturday Night Live, often as shorthand for Pokémon's cultural impact. Pikachu became a symbol that even those unfamiliar with the games could instantly recognize, a shared touchstone for an entire generation. Academics and cultural critics began studying Pikachu as a symbol of globalization. It became an example of soft power, how Japanese creativity and design shaped world culture without politics or language. Pikachu embodied traits admired across societies: cuteness, empathy, and emotional accessibility. Its kawaii aesthetic, rooted in Japan's art and design traditions, quietly reshaped how brands and entertainment portrayed friendliness and trust. Musicians, artists, and fashion designers also drew inspiration from Pikachu's image. Pop stars have worn Pikachu-inspired costumes on stage, graffiti artists have painted it on city walls, and luxury designers have incorporated it into collections that merge streetwear and nostalgia. Each reinterpretation kept the same spark alive, a reminder that joy itself can be art. Pikachu's global recognition rivals that of icons like Mickey Mouse, Hello Kitty, and Mario. Its reach is so broad that it appears in contexts far beyond entertainment, from university lectures on cultural influence to humanitarian events promoting unity. When people see Pikachu, they associate it with happiness, safety, and shared memory. Few fictional creations have earned that level of emotional trust. In popular media, Pikachu remains a shorthand for childhood comfort and enduring friendship. References appear in sitcoms, films, and internet memes, often symbolizing innocence or nostalgia. The Pikachu shocked face meme taken from the anime became one of the most recognizable reaction images in internet history, shared billions of times. It shows how even a single frame of Pikachu can convey universal emotion. Today, Pikachu's influence continues through digital spaces. Social media profiles, emojis, and augmented filters use its likeness daily. Streamers, educators, and artists employ it to communicate friendliness and community. Whether appearing on a sneaker or in a virtual concert, Pikachu always represents connection, a thread running through decades of shared culture. Its global impact is not just measured in popularity, but in meaning. Pikachu represents the idea that the world can still come together around something kind and joyful. It shows that imagination can bridge distance, that innocence can endure, and that the spark of wonder can outlast generations. In the end, Pikachu's role in pop culture is not about fame, but resonance. It doesn't dominate through loudness or spectacle, but through warmth. From classrooms to concerts, parades to screens, its smile has become a quiet constant, a reminder that even in a vast and changing world, joy remains a language everyone understands. Chapter 47. Pikachu's emotional legacy. Pikachu's story is not only one of fame or recognition, it is one of feeling. Over the decades, this small electric-type Pokémon has become a vessel for human emotion, joy, love, courage, and loss. Its journey alongside Ash Ketchum and through countless stories has created something rare in modern entertainment, a bond between character and audience that feels genuine. Pikachu's emotional legacy endures because it reminds us of something pure, the beauty of connection without words. From its earliest episodes, Pikachu taught that strength could come from compassion. When it first met Ash, it refused to obey, distrustful and distant. Yet through patience and kindness, a friendship bloomed. That early transformation from resistance to loyalty became the emotional heartbeat of the entire series. Children watching saw more than a trainer and Pokémon learning to battle. They saw a friendship built on understanding. Pikachu's gradual trust in Ash mirrored the process of learning to trust others in life. Moments of emotion became milestones in their journey. The episode Pikachu's Goodbye, where Ash considers releasing Pikachu to live among its own kind, remains one of the most tearful in the series. As Pikachu hesitated between staying and leaving, its small gestures carried enormous weight. When it chose to return, the simple act of running back into Ash's arms became a universal language of love. It told viewers that real friendship is about choice, not ownership. Pikachu's emotions have also carried through its expressions of courage. Whether standing against powerful opponents or shielding others from harm, it shows bravery rooted in care, not pride. Its decision to battle Surge's Raichu without evolving stood as a quiet declaration of self-acceptance, a statement that strength is not about size or form but heart. Children who saw that moment learned to find confidence in who they already were. Throughout the anime, Pikachu's empathy shaped the emotional tone of every adventure. It comforted frightened Pokémon, shared laughter with friends, and sensed sadness before anyone spoke. In films like Pokémon the first movie and I Choose You, Pikachu's tears and determination became visual metaphors for hope. When it cried over Ash's petrified body in the first film, audiences around the world cried too. The scene captured something timeless, the way love can transcend fear and even death. What makes Pikachu's emotional impact unique is its silence. It speaks only through tone and expression, forcing viewers to listen not with ears but with heart. That emotional subtlety mirrors the best qualities of friendship itself, the comfort of someone who simply stays by your side. Its presence, whether on screen or in memory, evokes calmness and care. As the years passed, Pikachu's emotional resonance deepened. When Ash finally achieved his dream of becoming world champion, the camera lingered not on trophies or crowds, but on Pikachu's quiet smile. The journey had never been about victory. It had been about growth. Viewers who had grown up alongside them felt the same, proud, nostalgic, and at peace. Pikachu's emotional legacy also lives in the fans. Generations who once watched it as children now share it with their own families. Many describe feeling a deep sense of comfort simply hearing Pikachu's voice again, as if reconnecting with an old friend. Its image appears in letters, artwork, and even memorial tributes, symbolizing love, loyalty, and resilience. The strength of this legacy lies in sincerity. Pikachu has never been cynical or distant. Its emotions, joy, sadness, curiosity, love, are pure and unguarded. In a world that often values complexity, Pikachu's simplicity becomes its greatest power. It shows that gentleness can move mountains, that kindness can be heroic, and that small gestures, a smile, a spark, a hug, can change everything. In the end, Pikachu's emotional legacy is not just in the stories it's told, but in the hearts it's touched. Its sparks remind us that even the quietest moments can hold light. For many, Pikachu represents the first time they believed that friendship could truly last forever. And in that way, its journey never ends. It continues each time someone remembers how it made them feel safe, seen, and loved. Chapter 48: Pikachu and the Trading Card Game. Among all the ways Pikachu is connected with the world, few are as enduring as its presence in the Pokémon trading card game. Since the very first set released in Japan in 1996, Pikachu has appeared on hundreds of cards, each one a reflection of its personality, artistry, and the evolution of the Pokémon brand itself. These cards tell Pikachu's story through art, a visual timeline of creativity, nostalgia, and celebration. The earliest Pikachu card appeared in the base set, illustrated by Mitsuhiro Arita. With soft shading and simple background, it captured Pikachu standing quietly in a forest clearing, cheeks glowing faintly. That image became iconic, printed in countries around the world as Pokémon spread across continents. For many collectors, it was their first introduction to the magic of the Pokémon world, a piece of cardboard that carried imagination, friendship, and light. In Japan, early promotional Pikachu cards quickly became symbols of rarity and excitement. The Ivy Pikachu and Red Cheeks Pikachu variations were sought after for their subtle color differences, small artistic tweaks that made them treasures among fans. One of the rarest cards ever printed, the Illustrator Pikachu, was awarded only to winners of a 1998 Koro Koro comic illustration contest. Drawn by Atsuko Nishida, Pikachu's original designer, the card became legendary, later selling for millions of dollars. It remains the most valuable Pokémon card in existence, a perfect fusion of art and history. As the trading card game expanded into new generations, Pikachu appeared in nearly every major set. Its cards ranged from playful to heroic. Pikachu riding on surfboards, flying with balloons, celebrating holidays, and charging with thunderbolts. Artists interpreted it in countless ways, from watercolor pastels to digital realism. The variety mirrored Pikachu's versatility as a character. It could be funny, brave, sleepy, or curious, but always full of heart. Some of the most beloved Pikachu cards came from commemorative releases. The Birthday Pikachu card invited players to write their own name on it, making every copy personal and unique. Surfing Pikachu and Flying Pikachu celebrated imagination and humor, later reappearing in anniversary sets. Special holographic prints, gold-stamped promos, and event-exclusive cards turned Pikachu into the face of celebration within the TCG community. In competitive play, Pikachu itself has rarely been a dominant card, but its evolved form Raichu and later Pikachu-based tag team cards made significant appearances in tournaments. The Pikachu and Zekrom GX card from the Sun and Moon era became a powerhouse deck, symbolizing teamwork between Pokémon of emotion and power. Even in competition, Pikachu's presence reminded players that fun and friendship were at the heart of the game. The trading card game has always served as a living art gallery, and Pikachu's cards reflect its growth through the decades. Early sets carried hand-drawn illustrations and muted colors. Later ones introduced vibrant motion, dynamic perspectives, and elaborate foil effects that made Pikachu seem to leap from the card. Artists like Naoyo Kimura, Koki Saito, and Akira Komayama brought new energy to its image, while modern releases in the Sword and Shield and Scarlet and Violet eras continue to experiment with styles that mix nostalgia and innovation. The 25th anniversary of Pokémon in 2021 marked another milestone. The celebration set included multiple Pikachu cards, that revisited its earliest art, modern reprints of the base set design, alongside new interpretations that paid tribute to its journey. The centerpiece was full art Pikachu, showing the original forest scene expanded in vivid color, a moment of joy framed in gold. It represented not only the history of the card game, but the shared memories of everyone who grew up with it. Collectors often describe Pikachu cards as comfort objects, tokens of childhood happiness and artistic beauty. Each new release brings both excitement and reflection, reminding fans how long this journey has lasted. Some keep them in protective sleeves as heirlooms, while others gift them to new players, passing along the spark. Through the trading card game, Pikachu became more than a character. It became a shared ritual. Opening a pack and hoping to see that familiar yellow face remains a small moment of wonder that transcends age. Every card, no matter how rare or simple, carries a piece of the same feeling, the spark of friendship and discovery. In the quiet shuffle of cards and the shimmer of holographic light, Pikachu continues to remind the world that collecting is not about possession, but connection. Each card tells a story of where we've been and who we've shared it with, and like Pikachu itself, those memories never fade. Chapter 49: Pikachu's lasting influence on the Pokémon franchise. Every corner of the Pokémon world carries Pikachu's spark. It has influenced not only the franchise's identity, but also how stories are told, characters are designed, and emotions are expressed. Without Pikachu, Pokémon might still have succeeded, but it would not have become the same global language of warmth and adventure that it is today. Pikachu's presence defined the heart of the brand and continues to shape it with every new generation. From the beginning, Pikachu stood as the perfect symbol for Pokémon's philosophy: approachable, friendly, and filled with energy that comes from within. It was never the strongest or rarest, yet it became the face of a universe built around friendship and discovery. That choice set the tone for everything that followed. Pikachu's charm proved that quiet strength and kindness could capture hearts more deeply than power or prestige. The anime's success hinged on this truth. Ash's partnership with Pikachu showed that connection mattered more than victory. Their story became the emotional blueprint for how future trainers and Pokémon would be portrayed across the series. Later protagonists, May, Dawn, Serena, Go, and Liko, all inherited parts of that dynamic. Each generation's lead Pokémon companion carries echoes of Pikachu's loyalty and empathy, from Torchic's curiosity to Rowlet's playfulness. Every bond traces back to that first spark between a boy and his stubborn electric mouse. In the games, Pikachu's influence reshaped design philosophy. After its popularity soared, future generations consistently introduced cute, marketable mascots meant to carry a similar spirit, from Togepi and Piplup to Sprigatito and Fuecoco. Even in gameplay, Pikachu's role inspired features that encouraged bonding, such as Pokémon Amy and the partner mechanics in Pokémon Let's Go, Pikachu. Developers realized that emotional connection, not just battle strategy, was what made players fall in love with the world. Pikachu's image also altered how Pokémon was perceived internationally. It became the franchise's ambassador, appearing on every logo, product, and promotional campaign. When new regions were introduced, Pikachu was often the first Pokémon revealed, a familiar friend inviting players to explore unknown lands. Its constant presence across generations has provided continuity, creating a sense of shared identity between children who started in Kanto and those beginning their journeys today in Paldea. The trading card game, movies, and merchandise divisions of the Pokémon Company all owe part of their longevity to Pikachu's stability. Its face appears on limited edition sets, festival posters, and special collaborations, ensuring that every new release feels anchored in the familiar. Pikachu connects the past to the present, allowing the franchise to evolve without losing its soul. Creatively, Pikachu has influenced how emotions are conveyed in storytelling. Before Pokémon, many animated series centered on action or comedy. Pikachu's expressive nature, its subtle head tilts, tears, and laughter, introduced emotional depth to anime aimed at children. That approach changed how viewers related to characters, setting a standard for future series where empathy drives narrative. Its influence extends into real-world inspiration too. Artists, designers, and even scientists have credited Pokémon and Pikachu in particular for sparking early curiosity. Biologists have named species after it, and robotics engineers have studied its mannerisms when designing companion robots meant to express empathy. Pikachu's soft features, balanced proportions, and clear expressions serve as a model for how design can make technology feel alive and approachable. Inside the Pokémon universe itself, Pikachu's legacy is visible everywhere. Statues, festivals, and references appear across multiple games, acknowledging it as a cultural figure even within the fictional world. In Alola, for example, a special Pikachu Valley celebrates the species with affection, complete with photo areas and local traditions. The games subtly teach that history is something to be cherished, that even in a world filled with new discoveries, remembering your beginnings matters. Every generation adds layers to Pikachu's impact. It's present in mobile apps, animated shorts, and even educational outreach, ensuring that children who discover Pokémon today experience the same warmth that audiences felt nearly 30 years ago. Through it all, Pikachu remains unchanged. A quiet witness to time, always smiling, always kind. The Pokémon franchise has grown into one of the largest entertainment empires in history, but its foundation still rests on one simple truth: a spark of friendship can light an entire world. Pikachu embodies that truth more clearly than any other creation. Its influence ensures that no matter how the series evolves through virtual reality, new regions, or new heroes, the heart of Pokémon will always remain the same: a small yellow companion who reminds us that joy, courage, and love never fade. Chapter 50. A Gentle Closing. As the final sparks of this story fade into quiet light, we return to where it all began, with a small yellow Pokémon standing in the morning sun beside its trainer. Pikachu's journey has carried the world through laughter and tears, triumphs and goodbyes, yet it always returns to a simple truth: joy lives in connection. Through every region, every battle, and every heart that has ever watched or played, Pikachu has been a companion, not just in fiction, but in feeling. The tale of Pikachu is not the story of fame or power. It is the story of friendship that endured across time. It began with a single spark on a television screen in the late 1990s, when a shy Pikachu met a young boy named Ash Ketchum. That spark became a light that would guide generations, illuminating the path for fans who grew up, changed, and found comfort in knowing Pikachu was still there, smiling, waiting for the next adventure. Through the anime, Pikachu showed us loyalty and kindness. Through the games, it taught us curiosity and courage. Through the trading cards, it became art, something to hold, collect, and cherish. Through global events and collaborations, it became culture itself, traveling farther than any fictional character had before. Pikachu never asked for attention. It simply existed, radiating warmth, and the world chose to love it. There is something soothing in that simplicity. In a time of constant change, Pikachu remains a familiar rhythm, cheerful, gentle, and full of light. It reminds us that comfort can come from the smallest things: a soft voice, a spark of laughter, a memory shared between friends. When it calls out with a quiet Pika, The world feels smaller, kinder, and more connected. The heart of Pokémon has always been about journeys, not just to new regions, but toward understanding. Pikachu walks beside each of us in those moments of discovery, both real and imagined. It reminds us that strength is not found in battle alone, but in empathy. That wonder is something we build together, one spark at a time. As Ash and Pikachu's footsteps fade down the familiar dirt road of Pallet Town, their story becomes ours. They taught us that every ending is also a beginning, and that even after the credits roll, the journey continues in new forms. Somewhere, across an unseen horizon, Pikachu still walks beside someone, smiling under a blue sky. And so this story closes not with a goodbye, but with gratitude. Gratitude for the laughter it brought, the lessons it taught, and the countless moments of calm it has offered to those who needed it. Pikachu's legacy is not measured in battles won or miles traveled, it is measured in hearts touched. Tonight, as we drift into rest, picture that familiar glow of Pikachu's cheeks lighting the quiet of the forest. The rain has stopped. The air is still. Pikachu curls beside the campfire, tail flickering softly like a lantern in the dark. It breathes slowly, peacefully, dreaming of tomorrow's adventure. In that calm, gentle light, the meaning of this long journey becomes clear. Friendship, courage, kindness, they never fade, they only rest. And as you close your eyes, may that same spark stay with you,